Your Excellency, distinguished professors, dear colleagues and friends, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of the Religious Studies program of the American University of Rome. It is a great pleasure and privilege to have you here, all of you, to welcome you at AUR, especially our today's speakers who are coming from many different countries. We have here colleagues from the University of Oxford, Turin, Luxembourg, New York, Boston, Uppsala, Thessaloniki, Georgia State University, Adam Mickiewicz University, San Jose Pontifical University, Nova Southern University, and the American University of Rome. I hope I haven't missed anyone. Our today's speakers will address many particular issues that stem from our main topic, religion and realism. But before we proceed with the conference program, I would like to invite Dr. Andrew Thompson, Executive Vice President and Provost of AUR, to welcome you on behalf of the University. Andrew, please.
Well, good morning, everybody. Your Grace, honoured guests, speakers and discussants, students, faculty and friends, welcome to the American University of Rome for today's one-day international conference on religion and realism, organised in collaboration with the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, the University of Belgrade, and the Institute for the Study of Culture and Christianity. I'd like to start by thanking AUR's Dr. Dr. Peter Bojanic, Director of the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, Belgrade, and Dr. Maria Grazia Quieti, Dean of the Graduate School here at AUR. They have been the driving force behind putting this conference together, and they've been helped by a small dedicated team from AUR, including staff from the President's Office, marketing, communications specialists, IT experts, and our student assistants who take care of all of the practical organisational aspects of ensuring that the event runs smoothly. So my thanks to all of them as well. And let me tell you something very briefly about the American University of Rome. We are a small American-style liberal arts college. We're offering US degrees in 10 different disciplines, including religious studies at undergraduate level, and 3 disciplines, again including religious studies, at master's level. The university has been in existence since 1989 and began offering degrees in 1987. Today, we have between 450 and 500 students at any one time. About half of those come from the US for a semester abroad as part of their program in their own universities in the States. The other group of students consists of our own degree-seeking students who come for 4 years or who transfer in to AUR to finish their degrees. And they come from all parts of the world and from 5 continents. And this means that AUR is a very international, a very multicultural environment in which to study. Our mission at AUR is to prepare our students to live and work across cultures, and we try to instill into them an awareness of and a sensitivity towards cultural and religious differences that are so important in the global environments in which they'll be working during their professional lives. We use Rome as our classroom and hold many classes on site, visiting, of course, the monuments, the architecture and the art of Rome through the ages, but also the resources that the modern city has to offer. The businesses, companies, international organisations where our students can do internships, and the various communities within the city that many of our students get to know. We hope to help our students by giving them the tools to become critically engaged young people who are able to make sense of the world and interpret the plethora of information that they get every day. And we hope that they will become passionate, committed individuals who will go on to make a difference in the world. So part of the stimulating, diverse environment that we hope to offer our students is made up of the kinds of conferences that we're holding today. So I'm very pleased to see this event happening today. Thank you all again, the organisers. It provides our students, our faculty, with the opportunity to engage in dialogue and global conversations. So, welcome again, everybody. I wish you all the best for very rich and productive days talking and thinking about the complex issues surrounding religion and realism. And I'll pass you over now to Dr. Maria Grazia Quieti, who's the Dean of the Graduate School here at AUR. Welcome again, everyone.
Benvenuti a tutti, buongiorno, welcome to everybody. We are very pleased to have you here. Danvor Zalto and I started at this university about a year ago, and Danvor has been an exceptional contribution to our university. He started a master in religious studies, and soon, thanks to him, we will also have a master in arts management and art history. Our graduate school is young, 1 year, but we already have a master in sustainable cultural heritage and a master in food studies. Therefore, we are a young graduate school, and we are very interested in having relations with you, in establishing and growing relations, connections with you, and I would like to stress this point, to take this opportunity to really get to know each other and to continue to have linkages and continue to collaborate. So I wish you a very productive, fruitful and pleasant day, and thank you all.
Thank you, Maria Grazia. It is my great pleasure and honor to be able to welcome His Excellency Archbishop David Knudsen, the Archbishop of Canterbury's representative to the Holy See and director of the Anglican Center in Rome. So I would like to invite His Grace to address this conference at the beginning of our program and to give us his Archbishop's blessing.
Very much indeed for the opportunity to say a few words at the beginning of your conference today. I came to theology and to my own vocation as a priest, having previously been reading psychology, and Skinnerian psychology at that, which was intensely positivist. I also looked at behaviour modification programs in education, particularly, and reference group theory as it applied to educational achievement. And so, coming to theology after that kind of early positivism, I asked the question you are asking today, which is mentioned in your papers. Realism is understood as a position and method which is opposite to idealism and the imaginary. Realism implies a certain way of approaching the reality and truth, looking from a positivistic perspective. Many would find it difficult to associate concepts of realism or truth with phenomena such as religion. And that was my question when I moved from Skinnerian psychology to existentialist theology at Oxford. Then, and your papers also, but religion remains one of the most significant social forces and cultural constituencies. It can be said that religion and religious truths are becoming increasingly important in the so-called post-secular time, when the sphere of the secular, social and political and the sphere of the religious have to be rethought again. The relevancy of religious truths and the way they structure our understanding of reality overcomes the sphere of theology and particular religious practices. So I found myself saying, if you begin with a philosophical presupposition that reality is not greater than the sum of its parts, for example, or that the right brain has less to say to understanding the reality of the world than the left brain, for example, if we are really more robust than a tram, then what does that say about your approach to theology? And I came to the conclusion myself as I moved from positivist psychology to existentialist theology that you have to assume, at least in my case, that reality is greater than the sum of its parts. Some people would say that spirit precedes matter, depends on your point of view. That the right brain has as much, if not more, to say to the real world than the left brain. And that, in the end, this ditty. There was a young man who said, "Damn, when considering the nature of man, it seems that he moves in determinate grooves, that he is more robust than a tram." But in the end, there is a certain freedom, there is a certain self-determination within constraints that makes us more like a bus than a tram. We are not utterly and totally conditioned and inexplicable in terms of the tracks that are laid down by the scientific analysis and predictability of human behaviour. And that brought me to a phrase from the 1950s by John Cobley in his book, The Search for Morals. Morally, we have tried to be Christians. Intellectually, we have been Freudians, behaviourists, pragmatists, materialists of one variety or another, determinists, and sometimes all at the same time. Christianity is a thing of the mind. An intellectual commitment to philosophy of life has been neglected in some places when it has not been altogether abolished from the intellectual centres of the nation. And in the course of time, we have begun to act as Freudians, behaviourists, pragmatists, materialists of one kind or another, as they might be expected to act. Now, I would not like to be misunderstood. I am not opposing learning the truths that Freud left us. I am not opposed to the knowledge the behavioural sciences have to offer. I am not supercilious about the use of pragmatism. Our problem is not that the new learning was developed. Our problem is that these new insights and discoveries, this is 1950s, have not been integrated with the Christian intellectual tradition in many places. So the work is twofold: to show the relevance of Christian thought to the world in which these discoveries were dominant, and to show the relevance of these discoveries to Christianity itself. And a 1950s comment now faced squarely by this conference today. How far have we come since then? How has the interplay, the interdependence indeed of these two streams been a confluence? And I think there's plenty of evidence to show that we have been informing each other in new ways. The new physics discovering that 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2 out there, and opening the mystical, transcendent possibilities that theology deals with. Likewise, theology, intellectual theology, speaking coherently to behaviorism and pragmatism. So, as you can tell, it's very personal to me in particular, and I think in the end, unless we do this work that your conference is facing, certainly from a point of view of Christian religion, we will not have the credibility we need to speak with authority and clarity in the next millennium.
Thank you, Your Grace, for this inspiring talk and for your support to this conference and this event. As Andrew mentioned at the beginning, this conference is a joint effort on behalf of the American University of Rome, the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory of the University of Belgrade, and the Institute for the Study of Culture and Christianity. I would like to invite the Rector of the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory from the University of Belgrade, Petar Bojanić, to address you as well.
Good morning, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute for Philosophy and Social Theory, University of Belgrade, I would like to thank the American University of Rome and its representatives here, Mr. Andrew Thompson and Madam Maria Grazia Quieti, for their hospitality. In particular, I would like to thank Mr. Davor Jalto, without whom, as you all know, this event would not be taking place, for it is to his efforts that we now have the beginnings of cooperation between our 2 or 3 universities. Davor put the 2 or 3 institutions in touch, designed the group present here, organized and shaped our work today. In order to do all this, in order for us all to be here together, Davor and his associates had to perform numerous social acts, as well as a slew of documentary acts, such as, for example, hotel reservation receipts, airfare, the program and its poster, etc. In order for something to be real and part of reality, it was necessary for all of us to commit or give assurance and then gather that is something that was initially a fiction and only an idea in Davor's head and some other people's heads became reality through public and social acts. Nor is that all. Within the very nature of social acts that create or produce our reality and our reality stands our trust of the a priori existence of connections among us, the actors, which is why prayer, for example, is a social act. A prayer is a social act not only because the religious man supposes that an addressee for his prayer exists, but also because he supposes that this addressee hears his prayer has no outward form or phenomenal form. 100 years ago, one philosopher, Adolf Reiner, called this das Gebet ohne Erscheinungsform. Hence, even silent prayer is possible. It seems to me that these are our problems today. Let me then greet Graham Ward and Maurizio Ferraris. His 2012 book, Manifesto del Nuovo Realismo, has been translated into many languages, and there'll be a big symposium in Paris in a few days dedicated to Ferraris' verse in general, and this book in particular. Our keynote speakers today, and let me wish you all a very productive day indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for introducing already the main topic and elaborating already upon some points that will be the topic of some presentations to come during the day. Just thinking in terms of time, it seems that as if we were in Germany, not in Rome. So we are right on time, and at this point I would like to invite our keynote speakers to take their seats so that we can proceed directly with our first session. Why religion? Why realism? Is this only an interesting topic for small and rather exclusive academic circles without immediate relevancy for the broader social, cultural, and political context? Can we, on the other hand, approach religion and realism as some of the most pressing issues of our time that deserve our full attention and serious exploration? We can certainly offer more than one answer to these questions. My own approach would be that religion and realism, with manifold meanings that these concepts may imply, are in many respects critical nowadays, not only for understanding and interpreting the reality around us, but, in the best tradition of the 11th thesis of Feuerbach, for changing that reality, or even for discovering new ones. After the experience of both secular and post-secular times, we can ask, is it not the case a certain religious real has always been there, occupying the central place in our societies, our ontologies, and our epistemologies? Is it not the case that the big other remains the point of reference, present even when formally absent? How do we think of the religious real in many segments of the fragmented reality which presents itself to us? We often find it necessary to employ various realisms to deal with the necessary and yet troubling presence of reality. Are we not all too often called to submit ourselves to the real world in its alleged and ideologically highly charged self-explanatory presence? Not only religion, but the real and reality are present in front of us in a paradoxical manner. Reality is necessary, and yet it is a challenge for our freedom. We need the authority of reality to sustain our existence. Reality functions as an anchor, something that gives security and meaning, even if and when it causes pain. In the absence of a stable reality, or even only its convincing image, all the horror of emptiness and meaninglessness of existence becomes apparent. When we lose faith in the effective power of the real, existence starts disintegrating, as in the famous example of Bilton from Philip Dick's story, Pay for the Printer. However, the strong presence of reality and its authority are compelling. Certain realisms, as modes of approaching the real and reality, are binding. If reality is not the product of our freedom, it is a very fundamental challenge for the existence which aspires to manifest itself as freedom. And yet, without objective, although maybe transcendental real, existence as freedom constantly faces its weakness and potential disintegration. It is constantly questioned by its own consciousness as something that is potentially less than nothing. Of course, paraphrasing Zizek at this point. We are thus trapped between the need to understand and interpret both the necessary and annoying presence of reality and the desire to create a new one. Can religion help us in this respect? Can we understand religion as realism, a method of approaching the real reality? Or is it maybe just a useful tool in deconstructing the authority of something, or sometimes even the tyranny of reality? Realism as epistemology and a mode of representation can help us bridge different segments of our scattered experiences. We can employ it as a method of approaching what Maurizio Ferraris calls Realität, or epistemological reality versus Wirklichkeit, or the ontological reality. However, today Ferraris will draw our attention to the tension we might feel when thinking of religion as a spirit and religion as the more binding latter. On the other hand, one can think of potentials and limits of critical realisms in what some call post-critical age. In this context, we will hear today about Derridian realism, critical realism in scientific theology and in the information age in Brian Nell, Leonardo de Chirico and Frederick Ridge's papers. Another call to examine religion and the process of constructing the reality comes from Slavomir Štajer, who focuses on cognitive and linguistic aspects of this construction. Religion and science rarely coincide in the popular discourse of modernity, and yet this sacred and dogmatic can be embraced by what appears to be a very utilitarian or scientific vision of reality. Thus, Stephen LeDroux will enable us to learn about science and the sacred in the atheist movement, while Christos Tsironis will focus his attention on religion and the contemporary economic system, which is often defended as the only effective and only possible reality with almost religious terminology and aspirations. Realism is often employed as a helpful tool in envisioning art as religion and religion as art. Arthur Ruprecht and Ivica Žižić will draw our attention to the aesthetic dimension of religion and religious dimension of art, while Marco Conti will look at realism as a literary method of approaching the religious. One of the most critical aspects of both modern and postmodern thought remains the issue of pluralism, especially pluralism and plurality faced with a normative religion and the need for monism. In this context, Denis Costa will address the issue of dogmata pluralism and the real focusing on Catholic Christianity. The tension between religion and realism, between their constructive and destructive roles, can help us find an anchor in the abyss of freedom, which I believe provides the room for an authentic existence. In order to be able to cope with the real as something that is related to who we are in the most profound sense, we should learn how to practice the art of living. It is important in this respect to keep in mind Graham Ward's eloquent advice that, quote, "We need to practice an art of living in the name of a transcendental hope which breaks free of the vicious circularities of the same," end of quote. I understand this both as a warning and a promise. With this sentence in mind, and without further delay, I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Professor Ward is generally known as one of the leading contemporary theologians, and probably the leading Anglican theologian in contemporary world. His many publications and many books are widely read, influenced different fields, not only theology, but also cultural criticism, philosophy, and other fields. And some of them, probably the most famous ones, include theology and contemporary critical theory, the postmodern God, a Theological Reader, well-known book co-edited with John Milbank, Radical Orthodoxy, A New Theology, Books, Cities of God, True Religion, Cultural Transformation and Religious Practice, Christ and Culture, and so on. It is my great pleasure and honor to be able to greet Professor Ward today. Please join me in welcoming here at AUR.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very kindly for the invitation. The paper is actually entitled Sensing the Invisible, which will help you to give my take or understand my take on the relationship between religion and realism. Because I have become convinced increasingly that as human beings, we continually negotiate various invisibilities. What began for me as an investigation into what Merleau-Ponty, who was increasingly himself interested in the relationship between visibility and invisibility, what he calls intentional transcendence. That is the way the intentional gaze completes the form of an object not entirely visible, takes on even greater significance to my mind in what is becoming the implosion of scientific realism. Those sciences leading current investigations into the nature of things are treating the very molecules of emotions and the dark energies of the material, neither of which are visible as such. They are made visible through highly abstract and computerized mathematics. Similarly, increasing attention to neuroscience and to the complexities of peptides and hormones with respect to thought, feeling, and the autonomic regulation of our bodies has shown how possibly only 5% of anything that goes on within us is well lit enough to become consciousness. 95% of our responding to the world is not available to us. So in the light of this turn to the invisible, I want to reflect then upon theological practices of sensing the invisible. And this is a huge field, and I don't want to lose us in abstractions. So what I'm going to do is to give you one example of this sensing with respect to the teaching of the doctrine of the Christian faith, in order to point out the profound relationship within the Christian tradition between theology, embodiment, and the invisible. The creed of Cyril of Jerusalem that he taught in the mid-4th century was not the Nicene Creed, even the form that was given of the Nicene Council, but it is close. The creed, importantly, was not written down. It was to be memorized and internalized by those about to be baptized in order that they might recite it before the congregation at their baptism. By this act of committing the creed to memory, the Christian faith was to be internalized. It wasn't a matter of imparting knowledge, but participating in an ongoing understanding of the teachings of the faith through the practice of that faith. That is, enfolding one's experience of the world within the tenets of its teaching, being formed in Christ. Cyril's lectures on the Creed were given as orations. They were only later transcribed and circulated, and we're not sure how or when. They were delivered on or close to the site of Golgotha, because Cyril continually emphasizes this location in his teaching. Place is important and becomes important, and you'll start to see how the invisibility starts to arise. The Metropolitan Bishopric of Palestine was Caesarea, not Jerusalem. But Constantine recognized the powerful symbolics of place, of Constantinople as the executive heart of the empire, and Jerusalem as the spiritual heart. Cyril, though a younger man than Constantine, concurred. Place mattered, literally. And what is mattered or materialized was that was a presence that was not seen, holiness. With Cyril, Jerusalem was not simply a place of historical importance, it was a place of theological importance because of the universal salus, healing that had been won here, and the transformation to be affected in the consummation of the New Jerusalem. Place for Cyril evoked things not present. Time here was multi-dimensional. Liturgies translated the present city, re-established by imperial patronage and the building of the basilica, into the city of the King David, and the city where Christ was crucified and buried, and the city that was to come, the consummate city at the end of the age. Time zones were crossed and recrossed, echoing across each other. As such, Jerusalem as a place was an aid to sanctification because it was the intensification of holiness. It was the site of God's presence, of sacramental and ontological value. Now, Cyril's teaching of the faith was conducted within the basilica, material space built by Constantine, housing both Golgotha and the resurrection tomb. It was a place where the physical bodies of the communicants, the city as a civic and military corporation, the Eucharist and the theological body of Christ overlapped and informed each other. What's significant about Cyril's catechetical lectures is that of the 18 given, it was only from lecture 6 that Cyril expounds the theology of the Creed that he wants to teach them. The Creed then, and the systematic theology issuing from it, is not a standalone declaration, being caught up in the dynamics of God's providential love as it works outwardly upon their ears and inwardly through their imaginations and emotions of their soul. It is this Trinitarian dynamic that will bring them to the sacramental communion, is in fact bringing them. The communion is that nexus of interpersonal and Trinitarian relations. The pedagogical regime disciplines and reorientates the senses and the appetites towards a piety that fashions various social behaviours. Its end is virtuous discipleship through orientating the believer in, through, and towards worship. We must add another level here so that we might fully appreciate Cyril's teaching about the invisible and the operation of the theological. Cyril repeatedly emphasizes the voice of the instructor. As I said, the creed promised to the would-be neophytes is delivered orally, and they are explicitly told not to write it down. In the final lecture, they are told to tell no one of the instruction, the disciplina arcani, that they have received. In the catechesis which followed their baptism, conducted throughout Holy Week, and an example of which is found in Cyril's much later work, the Mystagogic Catechesis, they are also explicitly reminded not to reveal the teachings and practices of the Church concerning the sacramental mysteries to those outside the Church, not even to the catechumenans. The emphasis on the vocal reaches its climax on the Easter Eve Vigil and the rite of initiation. In the darkness before dawn, those at the second stage, coming towards the believer, the phototismenoi, those being illuminated, assemble in the basilica and face west towards the darkness of the cave of the crucifixion. From Golgotha, a voice calls them to stretch forth their arms and renounce Satan. And it's only when they've done this that they can turn east towards the rising sun and the site of the resurrection tomb, the Anastasis. Then they walk towards the baptistry and strip naked. The immersion within the materiality of the liturgy is continued as their bodies are anointed with holy oil and they descend into the waters. On being baptized, they emerge and are given a white robe, then anointed again on the forehead, ears, nostril and chest, this time with a perfumed holy oil. The initiation rite sought to be awe-inspiring. What it evokes is human wonder in the incomprehensible depth of the Godhead. Throughout his lectures, Cyril demonstrates a concern for the emotive power of the liturgy in which all the senses are engaged. The pilgrim known as Egira, who witnessed the Easter liturgies in Cyril's time, around 380, describes the interior of the basilica, observing its ornate decoration, the gold, the silks, the embroidery, sacred vessels, candles, candelabra, incense, the cries and groans of the congregation, the recitation of scripture, the singing of psalms and hymns as they encounter that which transcends them. Listening to and following the voice is part of an elaborate, theatrical, participative, and profoundly theological pedagogy. What Cyril defines as the sound structure of teaching in the way dogma is joined together systematically is of far less concern. The explicit teaching is governed by an overriding sense of the apophatic and the invisible, an anagogical experience of what cannot be spoken and cannot be known. So while Lecture 6 details then the 10 points of the doctrine that provide the summary of the creed, what is interesting and significant is the lineaments of the theological anthropology and the moral theology that follows them and concludes the lecture. The anthropology and moral theology has the body as the central focus, for it is the body that will be resurrected and washed through baptism. The regime, which includes the reading of Scripture, aims at keeping the soul safe, cultivating Christ-like virtues through embodied practices, and protecting both soul and body from every diabolical operation. And once more, instruction becomes exhortation, and exhortation issues into exordium and introduces a doxological assent. The auditors are raised towards their heavenly crowns and encompassed in a vision of the eternal glory of Christ. Now I'm emphasizing here the way that theological engages with material culture, human sensing and affections, the sacredness of place, the complex temporal interweave of the place and the ecclesial space, encouraging participation in what is not seen. Participation in the divine is made visceral through sensory reception. Hearing the voice of the speaker, seeing the lights of the candle, being touched by the sign of the cross and the water of baptism, tasting the salt given as a preliminary to admission, smelling the scents of olive oil, incense, and perfumed oils. These senses receive the impressions internally as they remain foundational for any knowledge or truth, but the Christians are being taught their spiritual affect. And so, in what we might term a pedagogy of the senses, the spices of the baptismal ointment release the elusive and enchanting scent of paradise that reforms the senses and the soul, a total renewal which brings about the return of an original paradisical state. This was the incorruptible smell of creation that only Adam and Eve before the fall had ever known they were told, of flowers and trees, of rain and water, of feathers and fields, the incense of the kingdom. This was understood, and being understood, recognized both as the presence of God and the odor of sanctity. The invisibility of fragrance frequently provide analogies for consubstantiality, incarnation, and the hypostatic union with the Godhead, as well as for the way the human person could have knowledge of and participation in the divine, while completely preserving the distinction between divine and human natures. The participation involved a certain attunement or alignment of self with community, ritual with nature, each facilitating and encompassing spiritual envelopment that could not be appropriated, only lived. The sense of worship heralded the life-giving breath of the Holy Spirit. Participation is revelation. Through the process of sanctification, the liturgy taught not only how to experience God with the body, but further what to experience. Imaginations are fired, liturgical movements are performed, and the world outside, its seasons, its history, its light and its darkness, is enfolded into the world inside, written on the body, formed in the heart. The episcopacy of Jerusalem developed an elaborate stational liturgy in which the holy sites and churches erected on or near them formed the basis for ceremonial processions that publicly and literally took possession of the topography beyond the Constantinian Basilica. Processions going through the streets of Jerusalem, moving from one sacred site to another, were an essential part of the presence and visibility of Christianity. Jerusalem's urban centre became ritualized in this way. With Cyril, we see the mobile frontiers between the historical sites, the reading and the exposition of scriptures, the doctrinal teaching, ecclesial liturgies, and spiritual operations. We don't need to enter into the lectures explicitly to treat the creedal formulas. The point has been made. The manner in which the visible truth that the body experiences becomes the invisible truth that refashions the soul. For since, says Cyril, the human body is twofold, being a composite of soul and body, the purification also is twofold, incorporeal for incorporeal, bodily for bodily, and the water purifies the body and the soul is sealed by the Spirit. In the Mystagogic Catechism with respect to the Eucharist, Cyril writes, just as the bread is suitable for the body, so the word is adapted for the soul. The focus of his pedagogy, his paideia, is the sense that becomes spiritually sensuous. Sweat glistening in the pre-dawn darkness of Good Friday as a procession of 1,000 candles streams down from the Mount Olives to the Garden of Gethsemane. Sweat on the foreheads and bared arms of those enwrapped, and the pre-baptismal anointing of olive oil on naked flesh, smoothed into intimate spaces. The point of the structured theology, as Cyril himself states when he is about to begin his theological exposition of the Creed, is to glorify the Lord, not explain him. For we explain not what God is, but candidly confess that we have not exact knowledge concerning him. For in what concerns God, to confess our ignorance is our best knowledge. His teaching is orientated not primarily towards knowledge, though there is understanding, because God is unsearchable and his works incomprehensible. Cyril's teaching is orientated towards the material, pastoral, and liturgical pedagogy that finds its fulfillment in the immateriality of doxology. This is the sole aim, the inner anagogy, orientated towards the monarchia, the divine unity of the Godhead. Ascend, I say, in imagination even into the first heaven, and behold there so many countless myriads of angels. Mount up in thy thoughts, if thou canst, then yet higher, and consider, I pray thee, the archangels, consider also the spirits, consider the virtues, consider the principalities, consider the powers, consider the thrones, consider the dominions, but inquire not curiously into God's nature or substance. To conclude, he seems to place his faith in the transportations and metamorphoses of his congregation. He placed his faith in communication itself, both divine through the Holy Spirit, who gives wisdom of speech, and his own inspired rhetoric. And thus the system and the order of the creed itself become the vehicle for a participation in the invisible, in which those things being illuminated glimpse their true destiny and eternal life. Deliberated upon, the creed performs a preparation for the soul for the heavenly reception of the heavenly gifts. It is part of a practice of the true paideia. What I've sought to do in this brief paper is to introduce you to how the senses engage in visibility in a particular theological topos. The invisible is inseparable from the visible. Participating in mysteries is a material phenomenon. The invisible is not a going beyond, but an entering more deeply into the visible. Faith does not demand a denial of the reasonable, but an entrustment to those invisibilities, those very ordinary invisibilities, like imagination and cognition, the molecules of emotion and the fields of energy that quantum physics compose the material. Thank you.
The aesthetic aspects of the religious experience that we find both in the biblical terminology, but also very often in patristic literature. And what seems to me important here is to draw attention to this paradox which Graham successfully resolves, I think, between, on the one hand, profound materiality and aesthetic experience that constitutes the religious experience, but at the same time this material and aesthetic experience and aesthetic dimension of religion stands for the invisible, which I think is a topic which comes more and more and very often also in contemporary Orthodox theology. So thank you for this lecture. I would like to introduce now our second keynote speaker, Professor Maurizio Ferraris from the University of Turin. We've already heard a couple of things about his work this morning and a couple of quotes. I would just point out that he is generally known as one of the leading contemporary Italian philosophers, best known for the new realism. Among almost incalculable publications, talks, and papers he gave, I would like to point out just a couple of them, probably the best known ones. Introduction to New Realism, published in English in London just this year. Realismo positivo, Filosofia globalizzata, Anima e iPad, and many others. So today Professor Ferraris will talk about religion as the spirit and religion as the letter. So please join me in welcoming Professor Ferraris.
So thank you very much for this invitation, and apologies for my English, which is very bad, but I hope that the spirit go beyond the letter, at least in the translation. I have a Pentecostal hope, so to speak. But nonetheless, what I will say in my speech would be more or less a follow-up of what has been said by Professor Ward, and be sure we did not discuss this point before, so that this shows that maybe reality imposes itself. I would not say dogma or truth, but there is something, so to speak, in the air that explains why one cannot avoid reality even in religion. In this sense, my presentation will be composed of two parts, because who knows? Oh, this is a quote from the text of presentation of our conference, which express the major concern of postmodern view on religion. This concern is that we should, in a sense, avoid words like truth, reality, and so on, because they can hide something of dogmatical, impositive, even violent. This is, we have learned from the experience of modernity that certain metaphysical narratives and their claims for absolute truth and absolute reality could be very dangerous in their practical, social and political manifestation. I see very well the good reasons of such a kind of concern. What I want to say is that to have a realistic approach to ontology or to religion does not imply this risk of evoking an absolute truth, an absolute reality, and especially the dogmatism that follows from this assumption. So, first part of my presentation is the experience of postmodernity, because I understand very well that when one says the experience of modernity, things such tragical issues like Auschwitz, for instance. Auschwitz is a typical modern experience of the risk embedded in the call for an absolute truth. But we have fortunately less dramatic experience of postmodernity that shows the risk that stays in the criticism, the pure criticism of the search of the truth and of reality. So there is something hidden in the postmodern criticism of reality that could be risky. Not so risky as the modern experience, but nonetheless risky. And the second point is to show, with the example of religion, I'm not a theologian, I'm not in a sense an expert of religion. I have just a commonsensical view on religion, but I could use the religion in order to show that even in religion, and most of the example which has been held by Professor Ward goes already in this direction, show that we can be realist. We need to be realist in religion, as in many other, so to speak, social practice. I'm speaking about a commonsensical view of religion. Even if we are realist, we are not absolutist. There is not a necessary link between realism and absolutism. The idea that there is, so to speak, an analytical connection between realism and absolutism has no ground in reason or in religion. Well, first part, the experience of postmodernity. Here you see one of the most relevant philosophers of postmodern age is Richard Rorty. He wrote what is for me the most important book on postmodern, even if I never mentioned the name of postmodern in this book, namely Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, that appeared in 1979. The same year of Lyotard's book on postmodern condition, so it didn't use this name, but the basic concept were the typical expression, the more lucid expression of postmodern Weltanschauung. The first is the ironization, three key concept. The first one is the ironization, and in this need of ironization, I believe we can find something that stays in the concern that if we search for absolute truth or absolute reality, then there is the risk of absolutism. And the ironization was the theory of Rorty, saying, well, we noticed that the conviction of being the possessors of truth as scientists, our professor, our politician, is very risky, and what we have to do in order to be democrats is to take a kind of ironical distanciation to our statements. The idea of Rorty was the idea of ironical theory, which does not hold any absolute truth, and it's always a contextual theory of argumentation. This was the first point. The second point was the desublimation. This was not typical for Rorty, but the idea that comes from Nietzsche and goes until contemporary French theorists, that supposes that reason alone cannot be a way of emancipation. The only way of emancipation is the criticism of reason, and for instance the call for an obscure form of desire, and then what I would call the de-objectification, which was the main thesis of Rorty, the main thesis of postmodernism, the main thesis of postmodern anti-realism. The objectification was the idea that the search for reality was a dream. It's not a necessary need or concern for humankind. It's only a kind of dream, dreamed for instance by Socrates, and then dreamed again from say Newton until Quine. This was this idea that philosophy should be a mirror of nature. This was the title of this book, but we don't care, we don't really need objectivity, or at least objectivity is less important than solidarity, for the same reason that, for instance, democracy is most important than philosophy, which in a sense is very true. I would prefer to be in a democratical state instead of a philosophical state. But I don't see a contradiction between philosophy and democracy. Moreover, I don't see a contradiction between objectivity and solidarity. In order to be so solidary, you should be objective. Without objectivity, it's very difficult to make a kind of solidarity. This, regardless the fact that we have plenty of excellent, I would say, risky example of solidarity, which are not democratic. For instance, mafia is a typical example of a social organization characterized by a strong solidarity, but we don't ask such kind of solidarity. And this explains why you cannot have solidarity without objectivity. Well, suppose that this was the range of postmodern theory. That is the very basis of this shared assumption that absolute truth or absolute reality is risky. I would make just a couple of counter-examples, because I'm convinced that postmodern were not only in good faith, but also in good spirit. I mean, they were really convinced that this kind of tenets, philosophical tenets, are supposed to be a way of human emancipation. They were not obscurantists at all, but I would say Plato tried to realize his doctrines, and it did not succeed. The postmodern had a strange chance, in the sense that postmodernism realized itself, but in a way which is not the way, I suppose, hoped by postmodern philosophers. For instance, the populism is an example of ironization, desublimation, and de-objectification. This shows that you can take these three tenets and transform these points in something completely different. Or the idea that you are the constructor of your own reality. Of course, could be used in the sense of Zizek, who says we are always shared between the need of recognize reality and the need of transform reality. But for instance, this is the counselor of President Bush, Ramsey, what's the name? I don't remember. No, it was, well, it was the counselor of President Bush for Iraqi war, and a British journalist asked him what was happening in Iraq, and this is the famous postmodern answer. We are an empire now, and we are acting, we create our own reality. And there was a whole theory in Bush administration saying that there are reality-based community, which is stupid, that believes that reality exists, and Übermensch reality that suppose that we can avoid the reality or create our own reality. Because the reality is making its appearance here, and I forgot to chat this part of reality. Apologies. Well, and This is very short, it's very schematic, it's very inadequate in order to show as a past demonstrance of my discourse. But I believe we can catch what is the point. Because, for instance, when my professor Gianni Vattimo says this book on After Christianity, saying that we should go beyond objectivity, we have to make ironic theory of religion, and so on and so forth. I see very well the need of emancipation and also the religious need existing in these claims. Nonetheless, I find that they are too much dependent from the false assumption that there is an analytical link between realism and absolutism. Solidarity. It was able to recognize that something was wrong in this point. Well, second part of my short presentation. Some reference in order to show that we can be realist in religion, and especially religion has always been realistic without a special need of absolutism. First example, the truth. I suppose you all know this passage, which could be, well, you know, it's Paul saying, if Christ has not been raised, your faith is futile, you are still in your sins. Then those also who have fallen asleep in Christ are lost. If only for this life we have hope in Christ, we are all people most to be pitied. One can say, well, but what do you mean by the fact that Christ is really resurrected? You know, it's the phrases that in Orthodox Easter is said, Christ is really resurrected. In this really resurrected is included, is truly resurrected, is true, is in a sense positivistic way. True is not just a metaphor. If resurrection was a metaphor, then it has no sense. What should be a metaphorical resurrection? A resurrection should be literal. Otherwise, is not interesting. And note that when Christ appears to the apostles and then shows, I'm not a ghost, for instance. This is the very difference from Christ and, so I say, Hamlet's father in Elsinore. He comes back and he asks for a fish. In order to show that he can eat a fish, is really resurrected, is not a ghost haunting the apostle castle. This is and this is not, so to speak, something irrelevant. This is the basis of at least of Christian faith in St. Paul's conception. Second example of, I know this is very difficult because, for instance, if we reflect on the condition of religion in contemporary epoch, then you will see that, for instance, if you read the symbol of faith to people coming out of the church, this could be an interesting experiment, then the most don't understand many of the content of the symbol of the faith, and those things they can understand, for instance the resurrection, are not believed. So this is, this has not to do with religion. This has to do with sociological condition of faith, but nonetheless, this is one point. Second point, the matter. I found this book which goes in the same direction of some of the research of Professor Ward, and I found this for a completely different reason. I was supposed to give a lecture on conceptual art, and my thesis was to show that even in the most conceptual of conceptual art, you need matter. And I decided to give to my lecture the title, Why Matter Matters. Then I went on Google in order to check whether this title was sensible in English. And not only it was seemingly sensible, but there was a book already existing on this topic saying it is really important that the wine we use for communion be baked only of grapes. Why not anoint the sick with corn oil instead of olive oil? Do the material parts of the sacrament really make that much difference? Yes, they do. This was from Amazon presentation of this book, but I believe that they express a very serious concern. Suppose that you make, in fact, a miracle, the transformation of wine in blood. But the wine was false, for instance, was Coca-Cola. We are not able to do this. And this shows that even in the miracle exists a very strong realistic commitment. The wine should be true wine, then you can change it into blood. A third point, the body. This is very important because this is a part of Hegel aesthetics. You know that Hegel aesthetics is also a philosophy of religion because he says that the Egyptians were an obscure religion that understood something about the importance of the immortality of spirit, but they did not understand enough. The proof of this is that immortality for the Egyptian is the embalsamation of body. That this is considered by Hegel a pre-form of the spirit, but not a sufficient form of the spirit. And the death, he says, always had a double meaning. The first is precisely the immediate passing away of the natural, and the second is the death if the purely natural, and therefore the birth of something higher, namely the spiritual realm, to which the merely natural dies, in the sense that the spirit has this element of death in itself of belonging to its essence. This is the Hegel's idea of spirit. But if it is so, we have to recognize that are we sure that the experience of spirit is really so independent from the experience of the body? Most of what Professor Ward has said goes in the direction that there is not such a difference. In another part of the aesthetics, Hegel says something which is very important. He says that sense is a marvelous name because it shows at the same time the sensible presence and the meaning, the spiritual. And I believe that this twofold value of sense applies very well to the religion and the experience of body. Because, for instance, we understand ourselves, or we Occidental, we European, as dualistic culture. We conceive ourselves as a culture which is the separation body-spirit, Cartesian, dualism, and so on and so forth. But the resurrection is the typical case of embodiment. You cannot resurrect without your body. And this is very important because our principle of individuation lies in the body. Otherwise, it would be a confused mass of ghosts somewhere, unable to recognize each other. So the body is an essential part of the spirit. You cannot conceive the most spiritual of the religion, the Christian religion, namely the resurrection, without a body. So there is not such a difference from this and this. Also, we know very well, in any case, that, for instance, Warburton in 18th century, the divine legation of Moses, elaborated the theory that the letters of Jewish alphabet were the letter of hieroglyph defigurated by Moses in order to avoid. But for instance, there are plenty of interpretation of the religions of the book, and namely the religion, the Hebraism, that says that, well, in a sense, the letter, the book, is a transportable pyramid, because when obliged to remain in this place, in this moment, you will be, so to speak, the basis of an animistic religion. You should go to make your ceremony in front of a tree or a river or something barren in the desert. Since you have, on the contrary, this bodily experience of the letter, you are able to make a religion of the spirit. And this is the most relevant, in my sense, connection between spirit and letter, and between religion and reality. Many thanks.
Thank you, Professor Ferraris, for this very inspiring and thought-provoking presentation. I'm sure that you have a lot of questions after these wonderful talks. I know that I have some. But before I pose my questions, I would like now to open the floor for your comments, questions, or any other impressions you would like to share, please.
Just a couple of comments on Graham Ward's presentation, which was extraordinary, I thought. Maybe there are obvious things to say, but I think it's so important to note how remarkably free Cyril of Jerusalem is, as you presented, from all of the dualisms that are all over the ancient world at the time, whether it's Neoplatonism, Gnosticism, or the beginnings of Manichaeism. It's remarkable that in the catechetical presentation of Christianity, those problems, philosophical, even social, don't enter in. The other general comment to have is that as I listened to your presentation, I was thinking of how crucial the dimension of time is. Time lived, not in the abstract, but time lived from day to day, from night to morning, in terms of the catechesis of Holy Week, for example. Time becomes the dimension in which the growth that you talk about occurs, and we might think about the relationship between ritual and time, of course.
Thank you. And I mean, I'm very drawn to people like Cyril. And of course, that non-dualistic understanding. It does seem to me that theologically, adoption of the incarnation cannot allow a philosophy, a dualistic philosophy. It's completely in antagonism. So that partly is why, I suppose, partly why some people are being critical of some of Radical Orthodoxy's work, because it looks back to a medieval sacramentalism. But I want to look back both Cyril and then look forward, because it seems to me that what we're entering into now with our understanding of materiality is an understanding in which the spiritual and material are co-invested with each other. That does seem, I mean, I'm not a quantum physicist, but it seems to me that what's coming out of the philosophy of quantum physics is very much that, in fact, one is influencing, one influences the other. I'm also very interested in a whole number of biologists and epigeneticists who are now wanting to talk about the kind of infinite openness of the body to reception and to what's going on outside, and that the inside-outside doesn't pertain anymore. So the way in which they are trying to create, if you like, non-reductive materialisms, because we don't want to go the other way either. You don't want it all to be just chemicals, but in fact this non-reductive materialism, both in science and in some contemporary science. And I think that this is where those of us who are theologians, who the central issue of what we are talking about is the incarnation, the miraculous nature of the incarnation, then this gives us some grip on it. Time is very, very important. This is the liturgical cosmos. So the movement of everything within the cosmos is caught up within a movement which is liturgical and doxological. So this isn't an abstract. This is very much a lived sense of time, and that to me again has lots of echoes of, for example, what happens if we erode the seasons? What happens if climate change changes the natures of light and darkness in our world? What happens if things which have orientated us like stars and sea, but they're no longer visible or whatever? So there is a sense here in that nature of the liturgical cosmos of a responsibility, an eco-responsibility, because you can't live that time as time pressing, not in terms of the seasons, for example, if in fact you're getting spring flowers in December, which is what we're happening at the moment.
Any other questions or comments?
I'd like to just pick up on the criticism of the neo-orthodoxy movement that you mentioned, because I think it's really helpful. One of the perspectives that I think is the return to a literacy, religious literacy. One talks about the fact that individuals who identify themselves as spiritual, but they actually lack some sense of literacy, religious literacy, wherein one can actually transmit that. And for most of, at least for most of the tradition, we've had communities whereby one, as you so eloquently mentioned, imbibes almost, almost as an amoeba, imbibes this environment, which is not just learning an encyclopedia. The problem that I have is that for most of history, one could say that there's been a realistic literature and a sense of reading. But today we are really in an age where that sense of reading is shared with other important senses of readings, particularly. Not only in England, but certainly parts of where I come from in Chicago. If you want to see someone who really knows in a mystagogical way, you don't look to the local Episcopalian community, you look to a Muslim community, of finding individuals with a text, sitting every morning, reading that text on the bus. There's a performative, there's a sociological, and yet somehow that still doesn't seem to be part of this return to this sense of religious literacy from Wittgenstein onwards. I think Wittgenstein was really perhaps at the forefront of this element of getting back to the basics of the grammar. But you cannot remove that from the culture. And when the culture is so deracinated in a sense, how does one reform that with a culture that's constantly evolving?
And maybe Maurizio would like to comment on this, because I think it actually fronts very much on what he was saying. I think one of the aspects of the presentation of modernity that we've come to understand is how profoundly, not only dualistic it is and became, but how profoundly Gnostic it became in that. I mean, there's been some marvellous work done by Cyril O'Regan, for example, on Gnosticism and modernity. And it seems if you look at the way in which I'm interested in early modernity, the circulation of coinage that started currency, and then how by the time of Weber it becomes the spirit of capitalism, and how now, I mean, we've got a new kind of spirit of capitalism, which some people are talking about. But now it's all electronic and it's all numbers. I mean, I just spent 5 days in California. I don't think I did everything on a card. So there's a kind of there is an evisceration of the material. Starbucks sell coffee, but they sell Starbucks. The coffee's just incidental. So the logo is just the logo and the brand name become far more important than anything else. And I think this comes back to how religions have got to invest in it's like Maurizio was saying, you can't have Coca-Cola and consecrate it as the blood of Christ, because the analogy, the material analogue which relates the two isn't there. I mean, you buy into a very devastating and destructive form of nominalism, and so it's to recover from that we need.
Many thanks. Just two things to add. I believe that what we are now experiencing is the consciousness of two great equivocals that has dominated the discourse of religion in the last, say, 2 centuries. The first is that we are a secularized age. If you recognize, Graham spoke about the Starbucks coffee, but also imagine the almost Christic reaction that happened at the death of Steve Jobs, for instance. This is typical of an hyper religious age, not a secularized one. And the second is that we all shared during a couple of centuries the Nietzsche's view of religion, considering Christianism as a Platonism for the people. And this relates to your question. It's not at all a Platonism. This is pretty clear. It's not Platonist at all.
Just to make sure that Starbucks is not sponsoring this. Please.
This is really a kind of a sub point, okay? So like potentially even slightly petty, so I apologize in advance. But just because it's come up a couple of times, this kind of yeah, this emphasis that the wine must remain wine in order to maintain its efficacy. I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, and so we drank Welch's grape juice as part of our communion, and so it seems to me that there might be a possibility of a kind of Anglo-Catholic essentializing of some of this discourse that might need to be tempered a little bit if you're going to maybe spread the good news. Okay, that's fine.
Can I come back on that? There is something. I am an Anglo-Catholic, so I mean there is something that touches there, and there is something that is for me responding to one or two ideas that have come through the Anglican Church recently about having what's called cappuccino Eucharists. As a way of actually just kind of familiarising people who have had no catechism whatsoever with bringing them in to, and I think there's a great way in which you can begin to understand the faith here. But what I'm still interested even in the Baptist is that it's grapes that make the connection.
Theoretically.
If there was no connection at all, though, then yeah, it comes back to the relationship between the creator and creation, and whether that embodiment, whether a cappuccino, for instance, can embody the relationship between the creator and creation that the Eucharist is really all about. Can it do that? I mean, obviously the wine or even the grape juice, blood symbolism, it goes right back to the biblical symbolism. So that has been given in the tradition as being a way in which creator and creation can actually become visible and understandable in a way that, for me, the cappuccino, you have to kind of come a long way, but I can see it as being a way in which, is a beginning, but you need to then come through to understanding, a deeper understanding of the relationship between creation and creator.
One point is, I believe, not the philological adequacy of the wine and the blood, or for instance, I can imagine that, for instance, someone has already invented hostias for celiac. I suppose they exist, otherwise it would be a problem. But what is relevant is the fact that there is a kind of speech act that should be performed this way. Imagine that a marriage. Do you want to take this? Of course. Why not? It doesn't work. You have to say, yes, I do. And this is a part of... second point, why we have to respect this speech acts rules? Because we are not the constructors of social reality, and especially of religious social reality. It's very difficult to imagine that to answer a question like who is the inventor of Zeus, or who is the constructor. We are able to say who is the inventor of Madame Bovary. It's very easy to answer this question. But who is the inventor of mythology, not only of religion, is very problematic. This is very important that, for instance, criticizing the hyper-constructionist of idealism, Schelling, in his readings on the essence of freedom, was saying we have to looked for a positive philosophy, and this positive philosophy was conceived by Schelling as a study of mythology. Why the study of mythology? Because the mythology is the experience of something which is not created. There is not someone who decides of speaking of Isis, Osiris, or Christ, of course. It's something that is a kind of emergence from reality, not a construction.
If I may, I would just go back to this example, which I find really interesting and worth of discussing a little bit more. If, for example, Coke or Starbucks coffee or cappuccino could be used for Eucharist, and I would just thinking from the perspective of Orthodox theology, where the answer would be simply no, but I wonder, why? Because, the tradition always, church uses wine, except when you don't have wine. For example, there were examples from Russian gulags when they didn't have wine or bread, for that matter, and they just used water to perform Eucharistic act. And an interesting aspect also is that during the liturgy, you don't actually mention wine, but you say, and bless that which is in this cup. So, right, that's what I'm saying, right. But also there is no this idea, which is typical of Catholic tradition of transubstantiation, which is because really in Orthodox theology there is no idea that you really can change or should change the substance, the nature of something, but still there is belief that through the form of bread and wine you really accept the real flesh and blood of Christ. So there is, it seems as if there is, and for me it seems clear why wine is there or bread is there, because it's at the same time taking something from the natural surrounding, but investing human labor, human energy to reshape it, and then offer it back as a Eucharist offering. So in that sense, it is clear why something like Coke or Starbucks coffee couldn't perform that task, because I would totally agree with what Starbucks primarily sells is probably not even Starbucks, but ideology as such. And that's the reason why even that coffee actually is not material coffee, but rather more an ideology under disguised as coffee. So I would just, because that actually raises this also issue, which Maurizio mentioned a couple of times, about realism and its connection, necessary or not that necessary connection with truth and absolutism. Yeah. So yeah, I mean,
in a sense, it wouldn't really matter what the actual, whether it was coffee or wine or water that was used as the element through which you conducted the liturgy of the Eucharist. What has to be safeguarded, and the reason we use the wine is because that's tradition, that's written in the tradition. When there are occasions, as you said, in the Gulag, and I've heard other occasions, where people have had to use other things because the wine was not available, or bread has not been available. People having to use cake because the cake was more available. What the principle is behind it is not to have a signifier that is unrelated to the signified. So if you are receiving this cup of water as the blood of Christ, then you are receiving it as a gift, in the same way as the blood of Christ is received as a gift. But what you don't want to do is to give the idea that there is no relation between that which is a created sign,
or the relation is arbitrary.
or the relation is arbitrary. Philosophically then, if this is a pointer towards nominalism, then this is on the way to Gnosticism. And right from the beginning, in terms of trying to understand the nature of Christ, it was very important that Christ was both God and both fully human, and that there was mixture but no confusion.
Maybe before you answer, for both of you, you just reminded me during also your presentation this whole iconoclastic dispute, where precisely one point of confusion was similarities in the nature, or according to nature and person. So, because the argument, iconoclastic argument, was a very interesting one, that actually the only possible icon of Christ is Eucharist. And which they meant as a, so in order to be a true representation of something, it must be of the same nature. And the counter argument was precisely, it's not the same nature, you have similarity. And this goes actually to what you were saying about just this necessary condition of realism to know the truth. Or
in order to reconnect with the fact that there is no unnecessary link between realism and absolutism, let's make an experiment of thought. There is someone who makes a philological reconstruction of the gospel and of the rite, and decided to find exactly the kind of wine that was used during this ceremony, the kind of bread. This would be not a sufficient condition in order that this perform. This would not this to be close to the reality is just to say that we are not the external world is not completely mind-dependent, dependent from our representation. We are not completely free of invent what is our kind of belief of religion or not religion, and so on and so forth. So this is, to me, the most important point that emerged and was, I suppose, forgotten, not only from the postmodernism, but generally speaking, from the last 2 centuries. What is curious, on the other side, is that whereas there are plenty of doubt about transfiguration, and you too also, as a heretical, of course, as a Catholic, I should say that you are an heretical. I'm not Catholic, but anyway, speaking from...
just schismatic.
Yes, of course. But on the other side, we see continuously transfiguration in our galleries, for instance, the ready-made, which is transformed in a work of art, or the coffee that is transformed into the special coffee of Starbucks coffee, and so on. And this is again the idea that the fact that we are secularized is a false philosophy of history. It's not the case.
Any other comments or remarks? If not, we are again just perfectly on time, following our schedule. So I would like to thank both of our keynote speakers. Thank you all for this wonderful
So we are starting our second session, and I have now the honor and pleasure to introduce three scholars who are presenting papers today in which the relationship between religion and realism is examined in the light of different philosophical doctrines, from the neoclassical aesthetic theories of Winckelmann to the recent scientific theology of Alistair McGrath. Our first speaker will be Professor Neil from the University of Luxembourg. Second speaker will be Professor Ruprecht from Georgia State University. Sorry, I didn't say the title of your paper. I'm going back to Professor Neil. With the paper, he will read the paper on power in the nude, the Derridean realism and political theology critique in a post-critical age. Second speaker, Professor Ruprecht from Georgia State University, with his paper Making It Real, Winckelmann, the Vatican Profane Museum and the Art of Pagan Display. Then, well, accept the apologies of Professor Keynes from New York University, who won't be able to be here today. She will present her paper anyway for the transactions. Her paper was Analyze This, Transcendental Materialism, and its contents. And finally, we have Professor Leonardo De Chirico from the American University of Rome, with his paper, Nature, Reality, and Critical Realism in the Scientific Theology of Alistair McGrath. Now I give the floor to Professor.
First of all, I just need to kind of give a slight disclaimer. There's going to be very little nudity in this presentation due to time constraints, so only a little bit. Okay, so throughout the world, there's been a resurgence of populist protest movements that call to mind the social upheavals of the 1960s and 70s. The focal point of many of these movements is a fierce conflict between the fundamental rights of citizens and the juridico-political power of nation-states. On the margins of so-called civil society, along the borderlands of the United States, or at the edges of what has become known as Fortress Europe, thousands of refugees and exiles embark upon their own desperate struggle to secure their right to life, liberty, and personal security. As a result of the political and economic conflicts, which have escalated in the wake of the global banking failure, an increasing number of scholars have begun to re-examine the relationship between the humanities and fields such as economics, law, and politics. For some, this renewed interest in normative disciplines has been understood as a practical response to contemporary events, as well as a methodological reaction to decades of high theory, a time which was dominated by thinkers such as Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, who, according to Terry Eagleton, shunned normative solutions in favor of, quote, a world made entirely out of differences. For Eagleton, high theory promoted a, quote, postmodern prejudice against norms, unities, and consensus, which was politically catastrophic. Anyone who has followed Derrida's work over the years, and most importantly its critical reception, will be familiar with what might be considered a standard worry concerning the ethical and moral implications of his work. In light of the infinite sense of responsibility to the other that is affirmed in texts such as Adieu to Emmanuel Levinas and The Gift of Death, Eagleton argues that Derrida's work sweeps away any criteria or rational basis for making ethical decisions. Quote, there is no longer any relation, as there was for Aristotle or Marx, between the way the world is and how we ought to act within it, or between the way we are and what we ought to do. In short, Eagleton indicts Derrida for demonstrating a lack of realism. Like a good Marxist, Eagleton wishes to attend to the material and historical conditions of contemporary political life in order to pursue normative solutions to socioeconomic inequalities that persist in liberal societies, which are dominated by a free market ideology, one that often bears a striking resemblance to the sort of moral relativism that he associates with the rise of postmodern culture. But despite his efforts to resurrect a kind of Marxist political realism, with the rise of what Jan Liu has termed cognitive capitalism, political power struggles over what counts as knowledge in academic discourse have grown exponentially in the past decade. Derrida's innovative approach to examining the power relations at stake in the cultural production of knowledge and meaning is, of course, widely acknowledged, even by many of his critics. However, when it comes to deconstruction's relationship to theological truth, the scholarly ranks are most assuredly divided. It is not possible to go very far into this debate at this time, but broadly speaking, it is possible to divide the groups, to divide the debate into at least 4 groups. Firstly, there are many who, like Eagleton, understand deconstruction as a form of nihilism, which is incompatible with the pursuit of theological truth. Secondly, there are theologically inclined philosophers, such as John Caputo and Richard Kearney, who've embraced deconstruction as a way of contending with metaphysical conceptions of God, which they see as an obstruction to authentic religious practices, such as hospitality, compassion, forgiveness, and the pursuit of justice. Thirdly, there are philosophers such as Martin Hagland and Arthur Bradley, who lament the fact that deconstruction has been embraced and, in their opinion, appropriated by theologians. In his examination of Derrida's so-called theological turn, Bradley argues that, quote, to understand Derrida's work in terms of a quasi-religious vocabulary of the promise, the impossible, or the messianic is to reduce the material and historical scope of his work, and even to evacuate the ethico-political dimension of deconstruction. And lastly, there are scholars such as myself, who remain largely undecided, because for me, it is neither an offense for an atheist to flirt with theology, nor is it a sin for a believer to entertain doubt. But in any case, it is perhaps best to give Derrida a chance to speak. At a special session of the SBL held in Toronto in 2002, Derrida participated in an interview appropriately titled On Religion. During this session, Kevin Hart asked Derrida whether or not an individual's commitment to what he calls theological faiths, that is, a faith which arises from grace given by God, places a necessary limitation upon, quote, what deconstruction can do in that person's thought. Or, he says, does it offer another context in which deconstruction works, albeit differently than in other contexts? Derrida's response offers a crucial distillation of the overall trajectory of his highly interdisciplinary work, while also clarifying his perspective on faith. Forgive me for this lengthy quote. On or about grace given by God, deconstruction as such has nothing to say or do. If it is given, let's say, to someone in a way that is absolutely improbable, that is exceeding any proof in a unique experience, then deconstruction has no lever on this, and it should not have any lever. But once this grace, this given grace, is embodied in a discourse, in a community, in a church, in a religion, in a theology, then deconstruction may have something to say, something to do, but without questioning or suspecting the moment of grace, of the discourses, the authorities, the law, the politics, all of which might be consequences of this grace. Yes, deconstruction might have something to say or do, while respecting the possibility of this grace. On the one hand, with respect to faith, to the possibility, indeed, the reality of faith, Derrida is not out to disabuse anyone of grace. But on the other hand, he does set out to demonstrate that no discourse, theological or otherwise, is immune to the aporias, paradoxes, and tensions which are themselves instances of deconstruction. Deconstruction is, after all, not simply something that is done, but something that is continually taking place. When these aporias and paradoxes arise in a discourse, as they inevitably do, philosophical efforts to resolve such tensions have the potential to erect problematic and potentially violent binarisms, structural oppositions which form the foundations of still more violent systems of thought. By moving from questions of theological faith to questions of politics and law, Derrida's response echoes Carl Schmitt's assertion that all concepts in modern political thought are in fact secularized theological concepts. In contrast to a certain enlightenment and subsequently liberal understanding of political authority as issuing forth from a strictly secular mode of rationality, Derrida's work reveals the extent to which modern political discourse remains thoroughly embedded conceptually and linguistically in theological notions of transcendence, or what is otherwise known as sovereignty. The sovereign, as defined by Schmitt, is, quote, he who decides on the exception, the one with the power to institute law and to suspend it. He decides whether there is an extreme emergency, as well as what must be done to eliminate it. Although Schmitt provides a crucial point of departure for Derrida, in The Beast and the Sovereign, it is precisely this rendering of a single or undivided figure of transcendent power which he seeks to challenge. In keeping with the overall trajectory of his thought from his earliest works, he seeks to call into question received notions of sovereignty in order to demonstrate the ways that they are culturally constructed, and thus subject to profound reconfiguration. His deconstructive analysis of sovereignty is vital to undertaking a critique of political violence in contemporary society. There is indeed a stubbornly realist attitude at work in his thinking, which is aimed at denuding and demystifying the ontotheological foundations of modern political authority. Extending its deconstruction of the anthropocentric orientation of Western philosophy, in Volume 1 of The Beast and the Sovereign, Derrida explores the relationship between animality and sovereignty in the work of early modern political philosophers such as Machiavelli, Hobbes, and Rousseau. The aim of the seminars, according to Derrida, was to examine the political and ontotheological history of sovereignty and to explore the ways in which this history is connected to the history of, quote, of a thinking of the living being, and more precisely with the treatment of the so-called animal life in all its registers. The point was not simply to examine the key classical and contemporary texts concerning biopolitics and sovereignty. Instead, he suggested, quote, we had above all to explore the logics organizing both the submission of the beast and the living being to political sovereignty, and an irresistible and overloaded analogy between a beast and a sovereign, supposed to share some exteriority with respect to law and right. Following a line of analysis which began developing in the seminar The Force of Law, The Animal That Therefore I Am, and his seminars on the death penalty, and The Beast and the Sovereign, Derrida continues to excavate the mystical foundations of law and politics in the Western tradition by decentering and undermining the privileged position of the human subject as it has emerged within the anthropocentric tradition of Western philosophy. At some point in the beginning, as the book of Genesis puts it, which is of course always an unknowable beginning, the opposition which Western philosophy establishes between the human and the animal serves to, quote, raise man up, that is, always to erect a man-god, to avoid contamination from below, and to mark an incontrovertible limit of anthropological domesticity. The animal as such is an invention. It is a way of categorizing and economizing other living beings, which subsequently acts as a basis for the founding of biopolitical order, one in which the human rules over the beast and all living beings which fall under the category of the animal, for example, slaves, women, children, perhaps exiles, perhaps refugees. Humankind's stewardship of the beast in some Jewish and Christian traditions is of course granted by God. Thus the human, situated between the beast and the divine, is in a unique position as an earthly representative of God, whose actions may always be rationalized through an appeal to divine authority. In Hobbes' Leviathan, Derrida notes that there is the clear implication that the human institution of the state is to be regarded as, quote, copies of the work of God. But on the other hand, Hobbes also clearly subordinates human sovereignty to divine sovereignty. As God's lieutenants, Derrida argues that, quote, the appropriate topos of the topolitics of this human sovereignty is indeed that of an authority that is subjected and submitted to an underlying divine sovereignty. Thus, the human sovereign, subject to divine authority, keeps company with the beast. There are times when the human sovereign must, as Schmidt suggests, act outside the law. In these moments, in a state of emergency, a political or economic crisis, the sovereign may resort to violence, and by doing so, reveals its proximity to the beast. But who is to say whether or not the actions of the sovereign remain nonetheless under the purview of the divine, particularly if the category of the divine, like the animal, is a distinctly human invention. Contemplating the uncanny coincidence that the nickname wolf is given to a head of state as father of the nation, Derrida suggests that the worrying superposition of the beast and the sovereign and their uncanny co-inherence in modern political philosophy brings to mind the presentiment that a profound and essential ontological copula is at work on this couple. It is like a coupling, an ontological, onto-zoo-anthropo-theologico-political copulation. The beast becomes the sovereign who becomes the beast. There is the beast and the sovereign, conjunction, but also the beast is the sovereign. The sovereign is the beast. If we are in need of contemporary, which is to say a real-life political referent for Derrida's excavation of the heterogeneous relationship between the beast and the sovereign, we can look to the politics of austerity that is currently holding sway over Europe. When politicians and economic advisors call attention to the need to face harsh economic realities, and subsequently the unavoidable sacrifices which must be made on or for the sake of the state, such appeals invoke a sovereign power that is divided in two directions. On the one hand, by appealing to the putatively unprecedented nature of our current financial woes, economic libertarians attempt to depoliticize the world of corporate finance inscribing its actions within the unknowable realm of market forces. We do not face a debt crisis, but a sovereign debt crisis, one which threatens the very foundations of the state. On the other hand, it posits the reduction of social welfare and the destabilization of life for those who are most vulnerable in society as a natural consequence of some incontrovertible law of economic exchange. Austerity is simply another name for the disciplinary powers of the state operating in the service of a philosophy of economic instrumentalism which seeks to maintain the sovereignty of capitalism for just a little longer. What can be done in the face of the wolves of Wall Street who run the state? Derrida suggests that there are two major figures in the great zoopolitics which he is concerned with, the wolf and the dove. Quote, "What the dove's footsteps and the wolf's footsteps have in common is that one scarcely hears them. But the one announces war, the war chief, the sovereign who orders war. The other silently orders peace. There are decisions about reality still to be made."
Thank you very much, Professor Neil. Now I'm giving the floor to Professor Ruprecht.
Good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be with you all today, and in a setting as beautiful as Rome, and with such substantive conversation partners. And I'd like to make that same idea, namely Rome as an ideal location for philosophical discussion, the starting point for my remarks today. I know that's Athens, but it's a very Roman view of Athens. By the 2nd century, if not earlier, a certain literate elite in the fledgling Jesus movement had identified Greek philosophy as an important tool for the movement, and the city of Rome as an important location for Greek studies. Students who were being groomed for leadership positions in the movement would be sent to Rome for their philosophical and rhetorical training. Such training could last a decade or more, suggesting that the beauties and the cultural largesse of the imperial capital would have left a lasting impression on their lives, on their faith, and on their manner of thinking about theology and politics alike. Now, the question of what a philosophically and rhetorically trained Christian leader would use philosophy for is an interesting one, and it's a question that enjoyed various and varying answers over the years. Some Christian philosophers, like Justin the Martyr and Irenaeus of Smyrna then Lyon, dedicated their primary philosophical energies to rooting out heretical answers which the movement's defining questions had generated over the years. Two questions, I think, were determinative. Who was he, and why did he die that way? The genre of the Gospels was designed in large part to address those questions. Other genres came later. One such genre was heresiology, and Irenaeus was its author. Irenaeus utilized the metaphor of houses and households, suggesting that the entire Christian community was one extended oikos. His central purpose in rooting out heresy was essentially to define away a variety of Christian answers to the tradition's defining questions as not really Christian. Thus, the genre of heresiology was grounded in a rhetorical strategy that defines away heresy as essentially no longer part of the house. Brothers and sisters in Christ kicked any number of dangerous siblings out of the house in order to maintain purity and peaceableness inside the house. So it was a strange and complicated kind of ecumenism, one whose rhetorical violence would breed considerable physical violence in subsequent centuries. A very different philosophical task was taken up by Athenagoras, whose plea for toleration was addressed personally, albeit rhetorically, to the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, an emperor whom the writer congratulates for being a, quote, fellow philosopher. If Irenaeus turned his philosophical weapons inward to root heresies out of the Christian house, then Athenagoras turned his philosophical tools outward to make and promote peace outside the house, in the surrounding neighborhood, if you will. Peace with an empire of which he very much wished to be a part. I'll skip this part, but there were three main charges he felt they were constantly facing: atheism, cannibalism, and incest. The serious charge for him was the first one, and that's the one to which he devotes the lion's share of his plea to addressing. He attacks it at the roots, suggesting that it's crazy to call an obviously religious movement like the Jesus movement atheistic. Who, he wonders, could be more serious about the divine than they are? In fact, he will paint a picture of his movement as more serious and more philosophically serious about the sublimity of the divine than any of his Roman rivals. This, I think, is the central argument. Is it not mad to charge us with atheism when we distinguish matter from God and show that matter is one thing and God quite another, and that there's a vast difference between the two? For the divine is uncreated and eternal, grasped only by mind and reason, while matter is created and perishable. It's really a fascinating philosophical dichotomy, the uncreated creator God on the one hand, and created matter on the other. And it has severe philosophical consequences. The divine is not born and cannot die. Material beings are born, and so they necessarily decay and die. The divine is limitless, without beginning and without end. Human beings are not, nor for that matter are statues and paintings, as I'll show in a moment. So using this central distinction between gods and matter, Athenagoras becomes as aggressive in his apology to the emperor as Socrates was in his apology to an Athenian jury. He condemns the Greco-Roman pantheon as utterly unworthy of worship. These gods were created, he says, created by poets whose names we know. And he mentions Orpheus, Homer, and Hesiod. They're depicted as emotional, as more passionate than reasonable, and therefore as utterly unphilosophical. They are depicted as demanding blood sacrifices. Worse still, they are depicted as bodily, and as doing some pretty racy things with their bodies. Athenagoras' final quarrel with the Greco-Roman depiction of the divine was its literal depiction in three-dimensional statues. He notes that these statues, like most myths, have creators whose names we know. He utilizes the weakest throwaway line that Jews and Christians in this period will often invoke with a straight face, namely that these pagans were too stupid to realize that gods made with their own hands were not divine. Naturally, no Greek or Roman traditionalist ever said such a thing. And to the degree that these images had power, Athenagoras suggests, it is demonic power, generated by fallen angels who have fallen precisely into matter and decay and the piteous cycle of beginning and ending. Athenagoras offers freedom from that in a religion that will often flirt with the idea that it should not play with images at all. How it is that Christianity came to be the most lusciously and lavishly image-saturated religion by the early modern period is not an easy question to answer, but it's clear enough that this was the chief development against which Martin Luther arrayed his considerable polemical skills. Luther came to his first set of serious concerns and doubts when he arrived in Rome in 1517. An encounter with the massive superlatives of St. Peter's and St. John's triggered something in this still young monk. And one should wonder what Athenagoras and his fellow Christian philosophers thought as they walked the image-saturated streets of this same imperial capital 13 centuries before. I want to take a quick moment to envision the papal Rome that Luther would have encountered. Two Renaissance popes, Julius II and Leo X, had contributed to the visual wealth of the Belvedere by amassing an unparalleled collection of ancient Greek and Roman statues, then setting them up in what was a fairly traditional Renaissance sculpture garden. The Apollo Belvedere, the Laocoon group, the Belvedere Antinous, the Venus Felix, the Belvedere Torso, all of these and more made their way to the Vatican Hills under these two ambitious collector popes. And this, I think, was precisely the ecclesial culture against which Luther reacted so strongly. And he was not alone. When Leo X died on the 1st of December in 1521, the month-long conclave finally elected a northerner from Utrecht, who took the name of Adrian VI. When this pope was finally arrived in Rome and was given a tour of the Belvedere by his proud host of cardinals, he was shocked. Nothing but pagan idols, he is reported to have huffed in ecclesiastical Latin, and he threatened to sell off the entire collection. Mercifully, if not mysteriously, he died the following year. Sorry. But the College of Roman Cardinals had learned a valuable lesson. These battles over images were cultural as well as religious. What did not need to be explained to a Renaissance Italian might well demand explanation to a Northerner. Remarkably, Adrian VI was the last non-Italian pope until John Paul II. Now, many people, scholarly and lay, wrongly consider that Belvedere sculpture garden to be the beginning of the Vatican museums. A recent show at the Vatican itself promoted this misconception, celebrating what was alleged to be the 500th anniversary of the Vatican museums by dating their foundation to the discovery of the Laocoon group in 1506. But a private Renaissance villa or sculpture garden with its breezy and playful dance of pagan form is a very far cry from a fully public, profane museum of pagan antiquities. That astonishing institution is what the Apostolic Palace eventually came to house, but that happened in 1767, not in 1506, and the way it came to pass was pretty complicated. What I've determined is that Johann Joachim Winckelmann, better known as the author of early modern neoclassicism and the modern discipline of art history, was also the author of the Vatican museums. The story of how it came to pass and of how his patron, the Cardinal Librarian Alessandro Albani, who was also the most famous collector in Europe at the time, eventually secured Winckelmann's free access to the Vatican Library, is a fascinating story in its own right. But for my purposes in this brief presentation, I'm interested in the results of what these two men achieved. As we'll see, the Museo Profano was assembled on the northern end of the Vatican Library corridor. It was intended to serve as a transitional room flanked by two demonic figures that seemed far more like idols than icons, through which you left the library and made pilgrimage to the octagonal cortile where the Vatican's Belvedere treasures were then housed. If pilgrimage this was, then it was a quasi-Christian pilgrimage at best, designed in pagan reverse. Winckelmann's subtle choreography leads the viewer from the sacred, on your right side, to the profane. That this museum was called profane is one of the most intriguing and surprising things about it, and in fact the name dropped out of common usage in palace receipts in less than a decade. But the profanity of what Albani and Winckelmann achieved inside the Apostolic Palace was indelible. It had all happened very quickly, and thus an important part of what we're witnessing is a visual confirmation of the view that a great many things changed with remarkable suddenness in this self-consciously revolutionary period. Keep in mind that Winckelmann, himself a great admirer of Voltaire, completed his profane museum just 20 years before the French Revolution. Winckelmann had won nearly instantaneous fame in 1755 with the publication of his short manifesto, Reflections on the Imitation of Greek Artworks in Sculpture and Painting. It was here that he coined what proved to be his most memorable single phrase, referring to the, quote, noble simplicity and quiet grandeur of Greek art. Curiously, and I think pretty counterintuitively, he was describing the Laocoon group when he made that observation. If we look more closely at Winckelmann's rhetoric in this passage, it's clear that the power of this statue and others like it for him hinges on its materiality, its physicality, on the very matter which Athenagoras had condemned. Winckelmann was in the process of converting to Catholicism when he penned this pamphlet, making him a sort of art historical Luther in reverse. And whether his conversion was careerist or not, he moved to Rome with no clear prospects and no clear plan, other than a passionate desire to gain entry at the Vatican Library. When he waxed lyrical about Laocoon, he was describing a statue he had not yet seen in person. A number of things changed when he had that encounter, but what never changed was his passionate attachment to Greek statuary, to what he deemed the revelatory quality of classical beauty on dramatic display inside the Vatican Library. And I want to pay attention to that location. The Belvedere treasures were part of the Vatican Library when Winckelmann arrived in 1755. There was no Vatican Museum yet. Winckelmann and Albani were destined to change that. And what I want to suggest is that the new way of seeing that Winckelmann unveiled in 1755 also provided the moral architecture and the most striking cultural justification for the creation of a profane museum inside the Apostolic Palace. This involves what I'm calling the great detachments that help to constitute the ethical and aesthetic culture of the modern period. By the time Winkelmann had overseen his curation of the small Museo Profano and began to envision the architectural bridge that would link that room to the octagon where the main statues were housed, he had also overseen a remarkable intellectual detachment. Under the aegis of Albani's leadership at the Vatican Library and Winkelmann's neoclassical aesthetic vision, visual materials were to be completely separate from textual materials. Those visual materials were to be placed in a museum, a figurative shrine to the Muses, the novel institution that was designed to be completely separate now from the Vatican Library. The Vatican Museum was designed to be entirely and unapologetically public, thereby separating its ethos decisively from the library, which may have become even more jealously private at this same time. Certainly, we should notice that books would begin to be targeted for censorship or destruction in a way that images apparently no longer were. Finally, and most importantly for my purposes, a new concept, art, was completely separated from religion. Thus, Winkelmann's bold new way of seeing was actually reinforced by his museums. After Winkelmann, it's almost impossible to see these sculptures as pagan idols. They were firmly secured as fine art in his rhetoric. And when the French looted them all, according to the dictates of the Treaty of Tolentino in 1797, then these same statues came to be seen as national treasure, making the debate over patria and repatriation the inevitable next step in the complex history of modern museums. Today I'm more interested in the seismic shifts in religious understanding embedded in the culture of pagan display than I am in any form of nascent aesthetic nationalism. But I want to underline one important additional feature of art's great detachment from religion in Winkelmann's hands. That's the new emerging social role of the artist, best imagined with a capital A, which may well be related to a new and different sort of modern selfhood, one defined by its radical creativity, its distinctive individuality, and its transcendent freedom. No freedom, no beauty was actually one of the central tropes in Winkelmann's history of the art of antiquity. In the modern period, those values become as crucial to the museum visitor as they were to the artists whose works were on display, as well as to poets and scholars who sang their praises. But such values of creativity, individuality, and freedom necessarily come at the expense of a certain sort of traditional religiosity. The artist needed to be freed from compulsory religion in order to be freed for Greek religion. It's for that reason that I consider Winkelmann and the Vatican Museum he curated to possess such enormous early modern religious significance. Winkelmann was instrumental in enacting some of the great detachments that constitute an essential part of the modern period, and in so doing, he created the astonishing possibility of some dramatic new ways of seeing. That this happened in Rome is significant. Despite Athenagoras' contention, these statues had not changed. Our way of seeing them has changed. Greek religious statuary shifts from pagan idol to fine art to national treasure, all in the short space of 100 years. And when the Protestant reformers returned to the rhetoric of early church leaders like Athenagoras, and when Pope Adrian VI huffed about pagan idols, then the Italian counter-reformers landed upon an intriguing strategy for this version of the early modern culture wars. If the Protestants would have no images, then the Catholics would have more of them. If the Protestants took Christ's material body off of their crosses, then Catholics would intensify their veneration of Corpus Christi. And if the Protestants were intent on re-Judaizing and re-spiritualizing the faith, then Catholics would revel in Greek artistic matter and materiality. The modern art museum, despite Athenagoras' plea, shows us how matter and the divine were actually reattached, ironically enough, in a very new and very different kind of Christian house, God's Palace of Art at the Vatican. And that, it seems to me, is central to the story of this religion's newly emerging modern realism. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Professor Ruprecht. Now, as I say, we won't have the speech by Cleo Keynes because she won't be here. Professor, she's not giving her paper today. So our last speaker will be Leonardo De Chirico from the American University of Rome, who will give a paper on nature, reality, and critical realism in the scientific theology of Alistair McGrath. So, thank you. Whatever you like. You can use this one.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for this wonderful conference and for organizing it. Just a brief word of biographical introduction to Alistair McGrath, who might not be a very well-known author. He is the Professor of Science and Religion at the University of Oxford, and the story behind the project that he named Scientific Theology is the story of his own person that is an interesting entry point for this brief presentation. In 1976, the young Alistair McGrath, after completing his PhD in molecular biophysics at Oxford, had an experience of conversion to the Christian faith and decided to devote himself to the study of theology, particularly as it related to the interconnection between theology and science. After collecting a number of suggestions on how to reach his goal, McGrath sketched a long-term research project with some intermediate stages. The plan of study included doing some substantial work on a great theologian of the Christian tradition. Secondly, doing substantial work on a period of church history. And thirdly, doing substantial work on the development of a particular doctrine. So after obtaining his second doctorate, this time in theology, McGrath pursued his ambitious goal and published significant monographs, respectively, on Martin Luther, the Reformation, and, as far as the development of a theological topic is concerned, on the history of the doctrine of justification by faith. Some of these works have made McGrath a prolific scholar. These works have been translated and appreciated worldwide. Some of his titles are standard academic reference points, such as Reformation Thought, a biography of John Calvin, The Roots of Protestant Spirituality, and most recently, his Christian Theology. In more recent years, he's been writing theological biographies on theologians or authors as diverse as J.I. Packer, C.S. Lewis, and lately, I think 2 weeks ago, the last volume came out as a theological biography of Emil Brunner. This is the background of his Scientific Theology, which came out as a 3-volume project, which was published between 2001 and 2003. The work is dedicated to Thomas Torrance, who, more than others in recent decades, has helped to support the scientific status of theology and the dialogue of theology with other sciences. In the first part, McGrath begins to deal with issues that are dear to Thomas Torrance, the great Edinburgh dogmatician. He then analyzes the concept of nature, which stands at the intersection between the sciences, theology included. He argues that theology has a say in the debate about the nature of nature, the concept of nature, the conceptualization of nature, and the apprehension and understanding of nature. Against the scientistic prejudice, McGrath argues that nature is a complex cultural elaboration and not an objective, self-evident concept. Even nature is always a constructed nature. The scientistic danger is to offer a one-sided account of nature, a reification of the concept. Nature itself calls for multiple readings by science and by different sciences, and at this point, McGrath introduces the doctrine of creation. In fact, theology comes to the dialogue with other sciences with its doctrine of creation, and theology tries to enter the dialogue on nature, about nature, through the lenses of its own doctrine of creation. The doctrine of creation is the background for a theological account of nature. Not the only background, because as we will see, this doctrine of creation is then sketched out in the Christological and Trinitarian forms, but as a matter of fact, this is the entry point. The doctrine of creation needs to be accounted for if theology wants to be part of the wider discussion on nature. After sketching out a summary of creation, a summary of the history of the theology of creation, McGrath elaborates its implications for rationality. As creation, according to the Christian account, is not autonomous nor omnipotent or self-contained, so rationality is always perspectival and multifaceted. The Christian doctrine of creation is the Christian scientific contribution to the discussion, in that it offers a framework for a realist interpretation of nature, which can promote the scientific work as well as the dialogue and comparison between the sciences. The volume ends with a chapter that covers issues related to natural theology, from the emergence of this concept in the atmosphere of 19th century theological liberalism to the radical nine of Karl Barth. Again, McGrath believes that Torrance has been able to accept Barth's criticism over against the claim of autonomy that is inherent in the project of liberal theology, without at the same time embracing a fideist account of nature. According to McGrath, natural theology must be freed from its Barthian captivity and rethought within the more generous flow of classical Christian theology that sees the world as the theater of God's glory. The theology of Torrance is again here for McGrath a model for such reappropriation. The second volume of the project is dedicated to theory, the first one to nature, the second to theory. After attempting to recapture the category of nature for theological reflection that wants to speak to the sciences and being part of the dialogue, McGrath engages with the ontological and epistemological dimensions of the issue. Again, the reference point remains the work of Thomas Torrance, a theologian that tried to overcome the opposition of Karl Barth against natural theology and recovered a high consideration of nature through the use of the Christological and Trinitarian categories of patristic theology. McGrath begins by drawing a picture of the history of the discussion, in which two extremes are represented by, on the one hand, foundationalist realism and resulting positivism, and on the other, in postmodern anti-realism. These are the two extremes, according to McGrath. On the one hand, the scientific positivism, which postulates a relationship of full correspondence between reality and the possibility to know exactly the criteria of objectivity, neutrality, and universality, because reality is conceived as measurable and describable for what it is. On the other, the postmodern critique that breaks and severs the link between reality and knowledge, assuming a narrative account of reality. Everything is here dissolved in a language game by different language communities. If the realists argue that there is an external reality that is objectively knowable through scientific procedures, anti-realists argue for a rhetorical meaning of reality that does not correspond to anything out there, but is rather a creature of language and a language of those who want to call it such. At this point, McGrath focuses on the attempts that have succeeded to overcome foundationalism on the one hand and relativism on the other. One of these is the reflection by Alistair McIntyre on the role of tradition that mediates access to reality. But rather than referring to McIntyre, McGrath founds the work of Roy Bhaskar, and namely the book The Possibility of Naturalism, a philosophical critique of the contemporary human sciences, which was published in 1998. He finds it an important reference point to suggest what he calls a critical realism applied to theology. In essence, according to this version of critical realism, reality is a given out there, so to speak, even though his interpreter cannot understand it except through the hermeneutical categories that are his or her, without pretending to be objective and universal, but even without getting lost in the labyrinth of interpretations of postmodernity. Reality exists, but always appears as a stratified reality. Knowledge is possible, but only by using partial perspectival views. Truth is accessible, but only through the limited lens and viewpoint of the interpreters. McGrath says that he benefits a lot from the activities of the International Association for Critical Realism and recommends to theologians to participate in the debate that is developing around the themes suggested by this school. He calls theologians to come out of isolation and to engage the wider conversation. After outlining the promising profile of critical realism coming from the philosophy of science, the last chapter explores the consequences for a scientific theology. Scientific theology takes the form of a coherent response to an existing reality. And at this point, McGrath calls or refers to Barth, who spoke about theology as a Nachdenken, a thought that comes after something, that precedes it, a discipline that adapts itself to its object and does not impose on it its previously conceived external categories, but tries to take into account the unique character of its object, that is, the Christ of biblical revelation, trying to offer an explanation of reality according to this perspective. The third volume of the project is on theory. According to McGrath, scientific theology trades between Christian theology and classical assumptions and methods of the natural sciences, within the context of a unified vision of reality as it is narrated by the Christian tradition. Theology is nothing more than the response to the encounter with an already existing reality, which is accounted for in the story of the Gospel of Jesus. The relationship with reality is socially mediated and culturally stratified. It ultimately remains a mystery, although this awareness must push everyone to seek consistency without indulging in a kind of agnosticism. McGrath is very helpful in leading this kind of multidisciplinary reflection against the background of his own encyclopedic knowledge. Sometimes, however, one has the impression of having to deal with a kind of accumulation of knowledge rather than a creative thought. McGrath offers a very informed status questionis on many issues in the intersection between science and theology. And he is more of an historian of dogma, an excellent communicator, able to interact critically with a vast amount of different materials. His scientific theology project is a reaffirmation of an intelligent and informed position, conservative theological position that only liberals and Barthians had forsaken or disparaged. Beyond this admirable work of compilation, his work appears to be consolidating, updating, and relaunching what Thomas Torrance had argued for at least 40 years before. McGrath wants Protestant theology to overcome Barth's impasse and to engage the conversation with the sciences with its own categories and concerns, but with the openness to share them as a contribution to the wider dialogue. Bashkar's critical realism is assumed as a given, but not properly discussed. The scientific theology project is more of a prolegomena for a new model of engagement in the conversation rather than a constructive proposal for engaging it meaningfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor De Kirchhoff. Now, as you know, we have some space for questions, so you are kindly invited to ask questions to our speaker. Yes, please.
For me?
Yes.
I have a question first for Brian Neal, and that is I'd love to hear more about the dove.
Yeah.
I don't know that Derrida says more about the dove except to point to it.
Yeah.
But from the point of view of traditional Christianity, that's the beast. That's one of the beasts that counts.
Yeah.
The other one, and I wonder if Derrida even mentions this, the one that counts most is the least likely in terms of Derrida's political model, and that is the lamb as though it were slain.
Okay.
In other words, I think I get your discourse or his idea about these beast politicians.
Yeah.
Going back to Machiavelli, who's very strong on that point.
Yeah.
And including also the opposite biblical model, which is the snake, who's like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour.
Yeah, two beasts in one, yeah.
That's right. So I just simply propose that the other side of this coin is in fact the sovereign beast that is placed at the center of a kind of hieratic system in the book of Revelation, which becomes historically the center of so many mosaics of 6th century basilicas as well, and therefore something to be admired. And the point about it is that it's unlikely. It is a completely defeated and utterly powerless figure.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of thoughts on that. Thanks for the comment. Regard to doves and lambs, of course, we have to remember that within sort of traditions of sort of Hebrew sacrifice, that doves are also sacrificial animals. And so I think that that's not perhaps coincidental. And so the lambs do feature in Derrida's discussion, in his discussion of La Fontaine's the Fable of the Wolf and the Lamb. And in this case, the lamb is there as clearly a weaker party, but a weaker party who is in negotiation with the wolf. And so this is precisely where he begins to challenge Schmidt's notion of a single undivided source of sovereignty. By showing us the relationship between the wolf and the lamb, what we might consider the strong and the weak, He's showing us that, in fact, to a certain extent, the lamb gives some power away to the wolf by entering into this discussion. But likewise, the wolf's position in the discussion cannot be created or legitimated without the assent of the lamb. The lamb assents. And so, in this sense, I think that what Derrida is trying to show us is that actually we have a choice between sovereignties. In every sovereignty, I mean, surely there are violent doves in this world. I don't know much about birds, but I know that they can be pretty heinous to one another. But nevertheless, as rhetorical figures, there are different models for constructing our ideas of power. And there are some models that are perhaps more, I don't want to use the term humane, do we? But perhaps more humane than others. Okay.
Yes, please.
I have two questions. The first is a quick one. To Professor Leonardo, in the history of realism, the concept of analogy has always been really important. What is the role of analogy in McGrath's scientific theology? Is it similar to that of Maskell and others, or is it perhaps closer to Tracy's concept of analogy, which is able to manage these different constituencies?
He discusses the issue of analogy in the third volume about theory, about tools that are at our disposal that we can use in order to have access to nature through the specific work of a theologian. And it finds, it discusses both models. And as I said, he is more of a presenter, summarizing different views rather than proposing his own constructive proposal. So he discusses these views of analogy as well as other views, and doing a useful exercise of compiling notions, but basically not taking a clear position, trying to make the most, or trying to engage in a conversation between different understandings of analogy.
Yes, please.
Question for Louis Rupert.
Request.
Yeah. I think you're very convincing about the role of Winkelmann and what you refer to as the separation of art from religion and the beginning of modernity. My question has to do with what's going on historically and art historically in a much longer, over a much longer period, and how it may fit into your own study. That is to say that whereas Athenagoras' distaste for three-dimensional Greco-Roman sculpture is turned into a long-standing tradition of the flat surface icon painting in the Eastern churches. The Western church makes, it seems to me, a more or less conscious decision, if not also a legal kind of permitting the evolution of the icon. The religious icon is permitted to evolve from Giotto to Mantegna to even to the point that what's still in the church in the 17th century is what you call distinctive individuality, namely Caravaggio. So I wonder how you comment on that. There you go, you go into the Church of San Luigi and you see the great Caravaggio as the end of a whole art historical time in which the Western Church permits the icon to evolve to that point, certainly. How do you respond?
Thanks for that. I don't have a great answer, I don't think, to that. I think it's a wonderful question. The first thing I would notice is I really think three-dimensional statues made Christians nervous until pretty late in the game. I think that just had the whiff of paganism about it. And so, you know, there's enough of a debate about the legitimacy of two-dimensional icons. That's already a question, but and you're talking more, I think, about the permission of a fluidity and development within the context of two-dimensional representation. And in some ways, I'm more interested in what's happening with statues, and at what point, again, in the West, are statues essentially permitted, and then does that open the door to the retrieval of these previously considered pagan idols, which really have to be revisioned as fine art instantiations of beauty. I mean, everything Winkelmann essentially does with them. So I'm more interested in the cultural perception, the different cultural perceptions between two-dimensional and three-dimensional, and Winkelmann's essentially overturning what is emerging as an aesthetic hierarchy in which statuary, I mean, you see this really clearly in Hegel, is below painting, which permits more subjectivity, da-da-da-da-da. Well, Winkelmann is really foregrounding three-dimensional statuary and in its, quote, pagan forms. The only other thing I would say, I didn't have time to talk about this, what's interesting to me about Athenagoras is I think there's a pretty clear distinction in early Christian rhetoric between the in-house conversation and the out-of-house conversation. So the arguments he's prepared to make out-of-house would get him in enormous trouble when it comes to trying to sort out the incarnation. I mean, you could go point for point. Everything he condemns in this pagan representation of deity as having emotion, as being depicted bodily, as being born and dying. I mean, this would get him in enormous trouble if he was involved in an in-house conversation. So I'm interested in the history of the Christian anti-pagan polemic that Winkelmann, I think, is really shutting the door on in a pretty profound way, and I think that's a really significant shift for the modern.
And my only point is that in the Western Church, the in-house conversation continues to include all of these matters.
Yes, matters.
Our historical matters.
Yeah.
To the point of the permission, never happens at a particular moment,
right,
but permission for the evolution of the icon, including statuary.
Yeah. And starting to play with the category of sacred and profane too, right? I mean, there's a lot of that language gets blurred as well, and played with visually. But thank you for that. I think it's really spot on.
Sorry, I can't see. Sorry. So I'd like to address a question with Brian and a different kind of question to Louis. In your talk, in giving some attention, sorry, my brain's not working, I'm still kind of not quite here. In giving attention to the relationship between transcendence and sovereignty, I'm interested in the politics that go on there. I've become increasingly worried about using transcendence because of the way in which it is so allied to hierarchy, so allied to going beyond rather than wanting to get deeper within. So I feel like I'm trying to counteract that. And I'm wondering whether you'd like to comment on, part of the interest in deconstruction is allowing us to deconstruct transcendence in a way that could actually be very beneficial for ecclesiology and theology. And then Today, I was wanting a comment on Winkelmann, and this is part of his appreciation and drawings of men in the gymnasium as part of a whole homoerotic phenomena that was going on, and very personal to Winkelmann himself. Is then what is partly going on here, to put it on a different level entirely than the theoretical, a kind of divorce of the homoerotic from the ecclesial? If you have to put them into paganism, and if you have to put them into profane, well, at least it can still be, and still be around. So it's one way in which you kind of make something visible that the church is actually wanting to kind of separate itself from. And that lovely corridor between the two means you're not going to separate it. We're going to still be there, but in fact, you know, it gives a divide still between the two. So.
Yeah, I mean, just very quickly. I mean, I think that what you're talking about, the sort of the deconstruction of transcendence. I mean, essentially what has been, you know, which Derrida's sort of project, you know, really from early on, which is a critique of onto theology. This to me is where I take people like John Kikuto and Richard Kearney, and yes, I agree with you know, people like Martin Haglund and say, well, they're appropriating deconstruction for ends that Derrida didn't intend. Fine. But I don't think it's surprising that Derrida didn't have a problem with keeping company with theologians. And I think it's precisely because he recognizes that even though perhaps their way is different than his way, any effort to undermine and to present alternatives to the language of transcendence, which has become so deeply oppressive in so-called secular society, is worthwhile work to be done. And so even though he may disagree with maybe the theistic assumptions behind how we precisely go about challenging that language of transcendence, I think that as you're right to suggest that, you know, right now I think we are entering a time of sovereignty which is blatantly theological in its appeal to transcendent power. And it must be contended with, and one way of contending with that is to point us to the fact that actually that there are alternative notions of transcendence, ones that are embedded in material existence, and one which point us to ways of managing the cost of our material existence in more ethical ways.
I love the question. I think it's a great question. But I think I have kind of a weird answer to it, or a counter question maybe is a better way to put it. And that is, I want to agree with you, and it seems obvious that part of this so-called total separation of the sacred from the profane, which is actually language from the papal letter that suggests, it's a very strange document where the language is extremely tentative. It's a letter about reorganizing the library. He says, maybe we should consider just the possibility of separating sacred and profane. But then 1 week later, he appoints Albani to be the cardinal librarian, and he knows Winkelmann is living at Albani's villa, and he knows they're working on a museum at the villa. So it's clear this is in process. But your question is, what is that separation about? I mean, what's the intention of that separation? And is sexuality a part of that?
Yeah.
And I want to agree with you because it seems so obvious to us, but it's not obvious to me for Winkelmann in the day. And I mean, without being cutesy about it, I don't think we're yet in the presence of notions of sexual identity the way we sex is still something people do, it's not something people are. And I think Winkelmann is more interesting and influential for precisely the point you first mentioned. He has these really interesting observations about if the viewer of Greek art can't appreciate male beauty, a lot of this art's value is going to be lost to us. And he's clearly thinking about the cultural difference between his own period where the female body is what's on display, and his clear awareness that in Greece, the opposite was the case. And I think he's actually a really interesting quasi-historical thinker, pondering that difference. So beauty is so important to him, and the ideal of male beauty, whether that registered sexually for him or not, I'm not sure. I think that, there's lots written about his sexuality and how central homoeroticism is to his aesthetic vision. I'm not convinced of that yet, simply because he's just before the period when that kind of language will make sense. He's 100 years too soon for that. So what he's actually thinking about as he's thinking about male beauty is not entirely clear to me. But I think the emphasis is on beauty rather than sexuality, if that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Please.
Thank you. A question to Professor Louis, and at the back of my mind are the comments of Professor Ward this morning on sensuality and the combination of the senses. There's a book, and I forget the author, who says that one of the problems that one encounters in Rome, and more particularly looking at art in the Vatican, is the ocular centrism. One really thinks that the main element of being communicated to is the visual. And in fact, that's not true. So to listen to Palestrina, to listen to Burr, to listen to Monteverdi as a musicologist, you need visually to understand the opulence of the environment. The same would be true for St. Paul's or any other. So given this combination, how really, in fact, the sacred and the profane have struggled, but they haven't only struggled in the area of art, they've struggled in the area of music as well. The rhythmic, which is really interesting because it has a slightly more docile inheritance from the Greek. But if you look at perhaps the history of musicology will tell us that perhaps the Protestants did a far better job of maintaining the element of the rhythmic, and more particularly in the profane, at that same time. So you've got this whole confluence of either Rome or Holland struggling to incorporate dimensions of the rhythmic as drinking melodies and things like that. Is there any study that has been able to combine that struggle in terms of almost a struggle for the senses to understand this dimension of heaven on earth?
That's a great question too. The short answer is to your last point, I don't know. But what strikes me about what you're pointing to is, first of all, how you invoke the senses plural and over against the really dominance of sight, the visual. And it's just really striking how singularly visual Winckelmann is. That's it for him. And I think the culture of display, a visual display that comes of that, for all of its lusciousness, is strictly visual. Again, I'm kind of thinking about Hegel, but again, in terms of the hierarchy of art forms, well, you're moving to increasing abstraction, right? And music gets you there. And maybe that's a more comfortable arena in which Protestants get to play. It's really striking that Winckelmann doesn't really ever, for all of his interest in, quote, art, doesn't really talk about that at all, despite the fact that...
And yet, sculpture is suffused with the sense of touch. I mean, you see it, but in fact, you don't see it unless you see textuality and have a sense of what marble feels like or stone feels like.
Absolutely, and the other fascinating thing is he could touch these things. This is a museum where it wasn't public the way it is now, and things weren't roped off, and his very, very luscious descriptions of some of the statues are really born of his own experience of finally getting entry to the library and finally being able to actually touch these objects. So I think you're right, statuary was a sensual thing for him. And maybe sensual is a better word than sexual, so I was just pushing back against, they're not as sexuality obsessed as I think we are, but sensuality was a term that meant a great deal to him. And sculpture was profoundly sensual in the way that you're reminding us other sensual sensory experiences are as well.
If there are no other... Oh, you have a question. Sorry.
Just one thing related basically to what you just said. I know we kind of discussed this before, but I just wanted to kind of hear your opinion. Do you think that process of secularization of art, which definitely is taking place in the 18th century, is actually, and I'm here just basically repeating Umberto Eco's argument, that actually that is a part of a much longer process which goes back to Charlemagne. And when for the first time in the West, images and art were kind of given an autonomous place which is not inherently related to the religious. And which kind of is funny because that was constructed as a response to theology of icons, which kind of meant to preserve this aesthetics, but aesthetics as a part of religious experience, not aesthetics on its own. So which finally kind of results in this secular vision of beauty, which substitutes the religious at the end. So I was just thinking, do you think there is some kind of what's your explanation for this kind of trend, tendency from, say, 9th century or late 8th century onwards?
That's a great question related to two of the others, that I sort of jumped from Athenagoras to the early modern, and a lot happens in between. On the Charlemagne point, I think part of Charlemagne's pushback against the Eastern icon tradition is he seems, at least from what I understand, to be comfortable with seeing icons, but not comfortable with touching them. I mean, so his point is, okay, you can have them, but elevated and really on display. You shouldn't be incorporating them. So that's what the point about Charlemagne. But the other thing, I want to be clear, I'm actually not, when I use the language of separation, I don't mean by that secularization. A lot of what was said this morning, saying, well, you know, an old style secularization narrative clearly doesn't work. I'm more interested in looking at how religion gets dispersed in the modern period. So you can think about art not as secular, but rather as religion that has now been dispersed in a variety of institutions. So it's much more about modern differentiation than it is about secularization. And I think that's what I'm interested in, is that the museum grows out of a religious institution. Art is separated, it maybe gains its independence, but at the same time, it's not, secular may not be the right way to view it, that it's part of the story of the modern differentiation of religion, which seems to pop up everywhere, including universities.
If there are no other questions, I think we can stop here our session, even because it's time for lunch now. So I think we reached the limit anyway for questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much for being back to our conference. We started with German precision. We eventually move on with Mediterranean relaxation. It is my privilege to introduce to you our four speakers of this afternoon session. And the first one who is about to speak is Slavomir Stajer from Poznan University on the topic of religion and the construction of reality, cognitive and linguistic aspects. Please.
Thank you very much. The aim of my paper is to present the way in which a specific religious sense of reality is constructed and maintained through the cognitive processes and the use of language. My basic assumption is that reality is heterogeneous, or rather, it is experienced as heterogeneous. There is no single reality, but multiple realities that constitute various worlds. This view was supported by many thinkers, for example, William James and Alfred Schutz. There are clear individual and situational differences in the ways people perceive reality and in the ways they define something as real. The other assumption is that what people take to be real is to a considerable degree cognitively, symbolically, and socially constructed. These three dimensions, cognitive, symbolic, and social, are interdependent. For example, the social definition of reality is mediated by cognitive and symbolic processes. My general thesis is that the construction of religious reality and a specific sense of reality which is often characteristic of religious cognition can be explained in terms of the externalization and objectivation of religious experience. It is a specific interconnectedness of cognitive and linguistic processes that enables to explain why the supernatural world becomes as real as, and sometimes even more real, than the world of everyday life. In his Principles to Psychology, William James claims that reality is not something out there, a fully objective, that is external and independent object of our cognition. As he says, quote, "The mere fact of appearing as an object at all is not enough to constitute reality," unquote. In order to be real, the object has to be in some relation to our emotional and active life. What James is talking about is a kind of practical reality for ourselves, which depends on and is relativized to a thinking and acting subject. The way in which elements of the universe are ordered makes up a subuniverse. According to James, there are at least several subuniverses commonly recognized by people, including the world of the senses, the world of science, the world of ideal relations, the world of illusions, prejudices, and the supernatural worlds. What is important in James' theory is that the sense of reality has its psychological roots. A sense of reality is thus a subjective impulse, which is similar to emotions and which can accompany the experience of various elements of the universes and the experience of ontologically different dimensions of existence. A specific sense of reality can be found in religious experience, where the feeling of objective presence comes from the human consciousness. The idea of multiple realities or multiple worlds was elaborated by Alfred Schutz, who was interested in the structure of the life world. He differentiates between such realms as the world of everyday life, fantasy, science, art, religious experience, and dream. Each of them is organized by a specific tension of consciousness, a specific epoche, specific form of spontaneity, sociality, and specific time perspective. Schutz prefers talking about finite provinces of meaning to talking about many subuniverses of reality, because he maintains that reality is not a feature that can be ascribed to the objects, but it is rather constituted by the meaning of our experiences. The accent of reality can be bestowed on a given finite province of meaning, or rather on some experiences connected to a given province. It can be also shifted from one province to another, or from one experience to another. Such a change of attitude, experience, and the sense of reality take place each time we transcend the world of everyday life, which is for us the paramount reality. When contemplating a painting, for example, playing a game, falling asleep, philosophizing, we go beyond the reality of everyday life and shift the accent of reality to a specific province of meaning. This is also true in the case of religious experience, where the accent of reality is shifted from the world of the from this world to the supernatural world. In such experiences, religious objects can be perceived as more real than the surrounding physical objects, and some religions generalize this experience, claiming that this world is less real than the supernatural world. A similar approach to the construction of reality was presented by Peter Berger in his Sacred Canopy. The construction of reality is based on social, cognitive, and symbolic processes. Although the social dimension of reality construction comes to the fore in Berger's research, the author also emphasizes the role of language, symbolism, and knowledge, and is interested in lower-level processes. The social construction and maintenance of reality is based on three interconnected processes: externalization, objectivation, and internalization. The most interesting aspect of reality construction is objectivation, which transforms human products into objective reality. Objectivity doesn't mean that the products become ontologically autonomous. They still depend in their existence on human beings who produce them. Objectivity implies that they are partly independent of human subjectivity and cannot be wished away. They are out there, being a part of the external world. The culturally objective world is shared with others, collectively or intersubjectively experienced. In other words, human products become real to the extent they are intersubjectively perceived as being out there. The major limitations of the classical theories of reality construction is that they don't account for the mechanism underlying reality construction, or if they do, they usually limit themselves to the social aspect of this phenomenon. Although the construction of reality certainly has the social dimension, the sociology of knowledge cannot fully explain the very process of construction, because the latter depends on lower-level processes of cognition and communication. Contrary to Berger, I'm not especially interested in the role religion plays in world construction. What is more interesting for me is the origin of a specific sense of reality attached to some religious representations. It is not that the whole religious world is perceived as real, nor that it is perceived as real all the time. The sense of reality that accompanies religious experience is usually local and ephemeral. As Robert Belloc points out, quote, however real the world of religious symbols may be to those who participate in it, no one, not even a saint, lives in the world of religious symbols all the time, and most of us live there only on moments, unquote. In order to be maintained, the reality of religious world needs to be recreated. The reality of religious world is constructed and maintained through ritual. Through ritual action, religious people match their mental representations with material objects and bodily actions. The function of ritual is not only to create this correlation, but also maintain and stabilize it. As the correlation generally weakens outside ritual, the religious relevance of objects and actions decreases, and ritual needs to be reenacted. Nevertheless, although the sense of reality created in the ritual is ephemeral, it can be so profound that the ritual world seems to be more real than the world of everyday life. The key mechanism of religious reality construction is objectivation. The objectivation of religious meanings is first of all based on language. Language, both spoken and written, plays a fundamental role in the construction of the world of everyday life, as well as the religious world. However, the religious world is much more dependent on language and other meaning-laden objects than the world of everyday life, because the most important objects of that world are intangible and cannot be perceived otherwise than through symbolic expressions. Language itself has a quality of objectivity, since it presents itself as an external practicity. Language can be compared to other artifacts that exist beyond the human mind. If they are equipped with meaning, they are dependent on the mind, but still their dependence is only partial. Using John Searle's terminology, one could say that for they are not objective ontologically, they are objective epistemologically. This means that while they cannot exist irrespective of the mind, they cannot be voluntarily transformed by it. Language is a human product, but one cannot voluntarily change the grammatical and semantic rules of a natural language because one risks being misunderstood. The reality construction is possible because of the two functions of language: its capacity to objectify experience and its capacity to transcend the here and now. As a result of these transcendences, says Berger, language is capable of making present a variety of objects that are spatially, temporally, and socially absent from the here and now. The transcending function of language can be at the same time compared to building a bridge between two kinds of reality: the paramount reality of everyday life and the religious reality. The bridge not only spans different worlds, but also allows to conceptualize the religious world in terms of tangible, even palpable reality of everyday experience. Both religious symbol and religious metaphor operate in this way. They make the objects of religious world available by conceptualizing them in terms of intersubjectively given linguistic expressions, acts, and objects. Religious language, however, is by no means limited to spoken and written words, but includes many other kinds of language in a broader sense, such as the language of the human body and body movements, kneeling, dancing, gesture, natural objects such as stone, trees, celestial bodies, artifacts such as cathedral, cross, altar. In order to acquire religious relevance, all these objects have to be equipped with meaning. From the religious point of view, the status of these objects is paradoxical. They are at the same time objects of the world of everyday life and symbols of reality that is wholly other than this world. What is important here is that the signification in the case of religious symbols differs from that of conventional signs. Symbol not only refers to, but also participates in the signified object. Religious symbols spans two different spheres of reality: the world of everyday life and the supernatural world. In this case, the sense of reality is created through embodiment. Religious meanings are almost always embodied, which means that they are anchored in material objects of various types. Among these objects, one can find stone, trees, rivers, human bodies, and animals, but also bodily movements, gestures, written and spoken words. Once equipped with meaning, material objects can play a symbolic role. They become tokens of supernatural reality, which is intangible, empirically unobservable, but which can be made manifest thanks to material objects. This is not only that through the embodiment, religious meanings can be made available to religious believers. Thanks to embodiment, mediated by communication processes, religious meanings can be externalized and objectivized. As a result, the religious world can be experienced as objective and ontologically autonomous from the religious subject. To conclude, the process of objectivation, which results in a specific attitude of religious people towards supernatural beings, is of great importance for religion. Language is a basic tool of objectivation, but the latter is also possible thanks to various kinds of natural objects, artifacts, and actions endowed with meaning. Physical objects, including the human body, and the objects often used in the process of objectivation of religious meanings. The specific religious sense of reality can be explained by showing how cognitive, linguistic, and social processes make it possible to externalize and objectivize mental representations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we turn to Stephen Ledru from Uppsala University, Science and the Sacred in the Atheist Movement. Thank you.
Thank you. I should say at the beginning, the title of my presentation is maybe a bit misleading. The idea of science and the sacred or science as religion is mostly a question that I'll pose at the end. In this presentation, I'll discuss my analysis of the ideology of New Atheism, particularly with respect to how it advances scientific authority through a critique of religion and rival intellectual disciplines, notably the social sciences and humanities, that it perceives as challenges to this authority. And then I'll briefly talk about where I want to go with this in terms of the idea of secular religion. That is how New Atheism acts not just as ideology, but as a kind of religion that defends the universal and absolute authority of science by making it sacred. So we're all people who work on religion, so I assume everyone here is probably familiar to some extent with the New Atheism, but briefly, it's an intellectual or cultural movement that arose about 10 years ago, led notably by the Oxford evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins. Other important figures would be Sam Harris, Christopher Hitchens, philosopher Daniel Dennett, more recently Steven Pinker, Harvard evolutionary psychologist, Lawrence Krauss, a physicist at the University of Arizona, a host of other intellectuals, and basically who initiated a public debate about religion and its relationship to science and its role in society. Typically, analysis of the New Atheism describes it as an aggressive attack on religious belief, which it is, but there's much more to it than this. The attack on religion is, I would say, only the manifest content of a latent ideological project to advance the cultural and political authority of science, and more deeply to defend traditional power structures both within modernity and in relation to its perceived antagonists. And this is in keeping with my historical and sociological understanding of atheism as a political phenomenon. In technical, philosophical terms, atheism is described as a lack of religious belief or denial of the existence of God, but in practice it's always been tied to a social context, and has been either the basis of or an element of a number of politically radical social movements and challenges to establish structures of power and authority. So I argue that the New Atheism should be understood as an ideological or cultural movement whose explicit goal is to advance scientific authority, but a more implicit effect is a defense and legitimation of the structure of Western liberal capitalist society and its characteristic forms of inequality. And when I say scientific authority here, I'm talking about the natural sciences and its representative experts. In fact, I argue that the New Atheism is as much an assault on the social sciences and humanities as rival forms of knowledge as it is a critique of religion. The New Atheism is at least in part an aggressive move to claim a new territory, which is the social world, which they claim falls under the domain of the natural sciences. And this aspect of the New Atheism has gone almost entirely unrecognized. So basically there are two major goals in this ideological movement: advancing the cultural authority of science and completing the project of secularization understood as a process of enlightenment. Three major strategies they employ are to discredit claims made by religious texts, institutions, and leaders in areas ranging from social history to natural history, and most importantly on the question of the existence of God by way of rational scientific critique. To persuade others to adopt a worldview defined by scientism and more specifically evolutionism, and to build a sense of community and a positive collective identity for atheists in order to encourage others to come out and create a hospitable environment for atheism to flourish. We can view the New Atheism as a product of and reaction to three major events or trends. The first would be the rise of young earth creationism and intelligent design among anti-evolution Christians in the United States. The second, of course, is 9/11 and its cultural aftershocks, and increasing fear and criticism of Islam in Western countries. And finally, the influence of relativism in two forms falling under the umbrella of postmodernism, which the New Atheists understand as a combination of epistemic relativism embodied in the social sciences and humanities, and cultural pluralism manifest in policies of multiculturalism and liberal democracies. The New Atheist reaction to these events or trends is an ideological defense of modernity, which is equated with the cultural and political hegemony of science, against what they perceive as threats to the modern or civilized world. These threats fall into two major categories. The first being pre-modern, and here would be creationism or intelligent design theory and 9/11, which they understand as natural consequences of the persistence of pre-modern forms of religious fundamentalism, and postmodern. And here we find epistemic and cultural relativism, which the new atheists consider responsible for a misguided effort toward tolerance that takes the form of multiculturalism. Lots of people have talked about how the new atheism is a response to the anti-Darwinism movement in the US and to the threat of Islamic terrorism, but the second threat, relativism, rather than opposition to religion, is actually the more important category and gets to the heart of the new atheism's ideological agenda of advancing the cultural authority of science and legitimating modern Western society. So the new atheism is not just an absence of belief or critique of religion, but is itself a belief system. Or more precisely, an ideology designed as a defense of modernity against these perceived threats and taking the strategy of legitimating the authority of science, which is associated with modernity and placed in opposition to pre-modern religion and postmodern forms of knowledge like the social sciences, which is associated with epistemic relativism, and with forms of social organization guided by the principle of pluralism. We can understand this belief system or ideology that the new atheism promotes in terms of one key concept, which is scientism. This is not an all-encompassing definition, but a definition that applies to this particular movement. Scientism is the view that science is the only legitimate form of knowledge, that the domain of knowledge of the natural sciences encompasses human behavior, institutions, and value structures, and that the theories and methods of the natural sciences are the best approach to the study of society and culture. To be more precise, the ideology of new atheism is characterized by what I would call evolutionism, which is another kind of scientism, or a more specific kind of scientism. This would be the scientific application of theories and concepts derived from Darwinian evolution to the social world. Two features would be the idea of social evolution as a teleological narrative of improvement, and an Enlightenment narrative of progress, social and moral progress, from religious barbarism to scientific civilization. This evolutionistic narrative of secularization and social progress is the ideological tactic by which the new atheists seek to legitimate scientific authority. So the idea is that science is the engine of progress and civilization. So in their thoughts, secularization is the teleological narrative of history from ignorance, superstition, and barbarism to enlightenment, science, and civilization. And here, modernity is the space in which enlightenment can take place. So the new atheism defends science as a light in a dark jungle. And here I'm referring to Talal Assad's description of the theory of secularization as a political ideology that posits that an enlightened space must be defended against the threat of uncivilized, mostly non-Western others. This enlightened space is modernity, understood as that historical condition in which science assumes cultural authority and takes its place as the one truth source of knowledge. This is what the new atheists want to defend. So I'll talk about how this ideology is employed in response to the two major threats to modernity. The first pre-modern threat is addressed in the scientific critique of religion. And this is based on the idea of the God hypothesis, which this is an idea proposed by Richard Dawkins, and there's a long history, but Dawkins says the God hypothesis is the idea that it's the idea that God is a scientific hypothesis about the universe which should be analyzed as skeptically as any other. And he offers a formulation of it, which is, there exists a superhuman, supernatural intelligence who deliberately designed and created the universe and everything in it, including us. He argues that this hypothesis about the origin of the universe can be empirically tested, saying either he exists or he doesn't. It's a scientific question, and one day we may know the answer, and meanwhile we can say something pretty strong about the probability. Dawkins deems that the probability is exceedingly in favor of non-existence. Related to this is the idea of the God of the gaps, which is the idea that religion fills gaps in scientific knowledge. Dawkins says, creationists eagerly seek a gap in present-day knowledge or understanding. If an apparent gap is found, it is assumed that God by default must fill it. What worries thoughtful theologians is that gaps shrink as science advances, and God is threatened with eventually having nothing to do and nowhere to hide. Dawkins argues that Darwinian evolution forces God out of his last refuge, namely the origin of life, thereby filling in the last major gap in our understanding. And from this follows the conclusion that the God hypothesis is proven false and God almost certainly doesn't exist. The other major idea is religion as a natural phenomenon. Natural here means that religion is produced by natural, not social forces, and that these can be understood by recourse to evolutionary theory. Therefore, the understanding of religion falls under the domain of the natural sciences, so this is an instance of extending the authority of science into the social and cultural world of human experience. Daniel Dennett and Richard Dawkins promoted a theory of religion as an evolutionary byproduct of adaptive cognitive processes that lead us to attribute agency to inanimate objects and natural phenomena. And in evolutionary theory, this is called the intentional stance, which is the idea that we have an evolutionarily designed proclivity to attribute agency to everything because it's a survival mechanism. If we think, a rock might not be dangerous, but it's safer to believe that it might be dangerous. And that over time, gradually over thousands of years, this gives rise to the idea of spirits, animating objects, and so on. And related to this is the idea that religion is located within the individual mind. Religion is understood exclusively as beliefs about the world, and these beliefs are understood in terms of brain functioning and behaviors determined by evolutionary pressures. Social experience is not considered. Sam Harris, for example, discussing the nature of belief, religious belief, asks, what neural events underlie this process? What must a brain do in order to believe that a given statement is true or false? Again, these theories treat religion strictly as belief. There's little to no accounting of the social nature of religious practice. In general, there's an exclusion of social scientific knowledge on religion. It is completely ignored, and instead religion is reduced to material processes that can be explained within a Darwinistic framework. Sociological evidence on secularization is also ignored in favor of an ideological vision of science-driven progress, and religious decline. Perhaps most striking is that the new atheism focuses exclusively on rational critiques of religious beliefs as truth claims, while completely ignoring other major traditions of atheist thought, including Marxism as an obvious example. The new atheism's response to postmodernity is based on a teleological view of social evolution, where the endpoint is civilization, which in turn is equated with the Western liberal capitalist social order and the cultural authority of science. The challenge from postmodernism comes along two dimensions. The first, epistemology, and here it's absolutism versus relativism. And the second is multiculturalism, and here it's universalism versus pluralism. Each of these is perceived to undermine the universal authority of science. Obviously so in the case of epistemic relativism, but multiculturalism and pluralism are perceived as challenges because they leave open the possibility of many different kinds of beliefs, norms, values, and understandings of human nature and our place in the world. So the new atheism counters these by first attacking the social sciences and humanities, which are perceived as being relativistic and defending pluralistic cultural values and as hostile to science. And the strategy is to dismiss these disciplines as irrelevant and replace them with sociobiology, which today goes by the less stigmatized title of evolutionary psychology and also neuroscience. And second, attacking Islam and the policy of multiculturalism and its values of accommodation and tolerance. Islam represents all of the postmodern threats as well as the pre-modern one. It more than anything is constructed as the other of modernity. It represents the danger of barbaric, irrational religion and the danger of relativism and multiculturalism in allowing religion to flourish by taking away the scientific, objective grounding of critique. The new atheism is thus critical of a postmodern liberalism that allows for individual and cultural differences. They in fact speak of a crisis of liberalism, where the imperatives of pluralism, tolerance, and accommodation of cultural differences has rendered Western liberalism impotent against threats to itself. So while the new atheism is often described as liberal, it is in fact totalitarian, insisting on the authority of science not just in understanding nature, but in all spheres of social life. So finally, I've talked about scientism and evolutionism in terms of ideology. But I'm interested in asking what happens if we think about it through the lens of religion, and specifically the sociology of religion. And I'm thinking here about the New Atheism as kind of a contemporary version of Auguste Comte's Religion of Humanity, updated for the 21st century with advances in evolutionary theory, particularly evolutionary psychology. So Comte features that it shares in common with the Religion of Humanity, the idea that science is sacred, or sacralization of science, faith in science to bring progress to a perfect state of civilization. And this is a promise of salvation. Cosmization, evolutionism as a master narrative that provides coherence and meaning to the chaos of experience. Rituals that confirm these sacred ideas. So the atheist groups have rituals, a number of rituals, one being Darwin Day, celebration of the life and achievements of Charles Darwin. There are many others, often celebrating scientists who are the saints of the atheist movement. And finally, a sense of community and participation in secular organizations, and an experience of transcendence in collective relation to the sacred. And at this point, this is just an idea. I haven't developed this idea, but this is a question that I'm interested in exploring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now turn to Professor Marco Conti, who is about to speak up on realism applied to religion and literary works from the Roman imperial age. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The article that I'm reading today takes its starting point from Eric Auerbach's Mimesis, the 20th century classic of literary criticism, which for the first time discussed, through a systematic and thorough analysis of different literary specimens, the concept of realism in Western literature. Even though it was first published in 1946, in his introduction to the 50th anniversary reissue of Mimesis American edition, Edward Say effectively underlines how Auerbach's monograph still retains all its critical validity today. I'm quoting from the introduction by Edward Say. Books of criticism have usually come in waves associated with academic trends, most of which are quickly replaced by successive shifts in taste, fashion, or genuine intellectual discovery. Thus, only a small number of books seem perennially present and, by comparison with the vast majority of their counterparts, to have an amazing staying power. Certainly, this is true of Eric Auerbach's Mimesis. Auerbach, in his extended research on the presence and use of realism in Western literature, from classical antiquity to our days, finds the first instances of a deliberate application of realism to literature at a very early stage, that is, in the Odyssey of Homer, which is one of the sources themselves of Western literary tradition. In the first chapter of his monograph, Auerbach examines the scene of Ulysses' return to Ithaca in the disguise of a stranger, and the realistic details which bring to his detection by his old nurse. Auerbach underlines how concrete elements of everyday life are used by Homer to give a crucial development to his plot. After Homer, who belongs to the 8th century BCE, Auerbach finds a significant development in the use of realism only in a much later period, that is, in the 1st century CE. His analysis of Petronius Satyricon, and especially of the section of the novel called Cena Trimalchionis, in which a quite magnificent banquet held at the house of an extremely rich freedman is described in detail, leads him to conclude that the most significant peculiarity of Petronius' banquet is in the fact that it is closer to our modern conception of a realistic presentation than anything else that has come down to us from antiquity. And this is not so much because of the common vulgarity of its subject matter, but above all, because of its precise and completely unschematized fixation of its social milieu. This is the end of the quotation from Auerbach. Auerbach clearly explains that our modern conception of realism in literature rests on two main pillars: the common vulgarity of the subject matter and the precise fixation of a social milieu. In the second part of his analysis of Petronius, besides making a comparison with Tacitus' Annales, Auerbach examines a second series of texts which, in his opinion, share the characters of Petronius' realism and, as it were, extend its limits, the Christian Gospels. In these holy scriptures of Christianity, realism is largely employed through both the description of the everyday customs, activities, and language of common people, and the precise fixation of the social milieu to which common people belong. But the main difference with Petronius is that the realism of the Gospels is directly applied to religion and is exclusively used to create a visual and emotional background to events of religious significance. Now, is this use of a realism which shares the main characters of Petronian realism but is openly applied to religion limited to the Gospels? A quick look at the literature of the Roman Empire shows us that this kind of realism is often deliberately applied to religion by both Roman and Greek writers, even though its systematic and programmatic use is limited to the Gospels. Actually, a possible exception might be the Metamorphosis by Apuleius, which is a realistic novel, as we know, but at the same time is a sort of sacred text of initiation into the mysteries of Isis. So that text might be another case in which realism is applied to religion in a sort of systematic way. I'll go back to that novel later. The Roman imperial age seems to mark a limit in which the mythical and philosophical aspects of religion, which are predominant in the previous centuries, become less significant, whereas a realistic approach bringing religion into everyday life and precise social context comes to the fore. If we turn again our attention to the Satyricon and the Cynatry Marcionis, we notice, for example, how Ganymedes, one of the guests at the banquet, an uneducated freedman from the Middle East, who is effectively depicted by Petronius through his realistic vulgar language, makes some significant observation on Roman traditional religion. I'm quoting from Petronius now. As for me, Ganymedes says, I have already eaten my rags, and if the price of food continues to be so high, I will sell my huts. What is going to happen if neither the gods nor man have pity on this town? As I wish I might be happy with my children, so I think all these things come from the gods. For nobody believes that heaven is heaven, nobody observes the fasts, nobody cares at all for Jupiter, but they all close their eyes and count their own goods. In the good old days, matrons wearing rich gowns used to go up the hill with bare feet, loose air, and pure minds, and asked Jupiter for water. And then it immediately rained by the bucket. It was now or never, and they all came home as wet as drenched rats. But today, the gods keep their feet in soft slippers because we are not pious. So this is what Ganymedes says about religion. In this passage, Petronian realism is directly applied to religion. Traditional Roman religion is presented in its most superstitious form. And the strong belief in this kind of religion is openly attributed to the social class of the freedmen, ex-slaves who could have no real education. Petronius shows no despise for Ganymedes and his associates, or for their candid beliefs, but looks at them from his superior social position. Passing to Apuleius' Metamorphosis, the second novel in Latin literature, which was written about 160 CE, we find an extensive use of realism in a form similar to that of Petronius. However, the entire novel of Apuleius, without being a holy text, as we say, appears to be a long allegory on the initiation of human soul into the mysteries of Isis, so that it might be also defined as a work that systematically employs realism in a religious context. Now, it is not in the scope of my paper to discuss the vexata quaestio concerning the exact position of Apuleius' novel in the general context of the cult of Isis, and therefore I will confine myself to quote a short passage in which, again, a form of realism uniting common vulgarity of topic and the fixation of a social milieu appears to be applied to religion. In Book 8, Lucius, the novel's chief character, was being transformed into an ass but retains his human mind and feelings, is bought by itinerant priest of the Dea Syria, and is employed to carry a statuette of the goddess on his back during their processions. I'm quoting now from Apuleius. After passing a few huts, now it's interesting to notice how Petronius and Apuleius use the same word, which in Latin is casula, or casulae, in this case is a plural, to define these sheds, you know, these little wooden houses, which are a very precise they are indicated very precise social context of very poor people, let's say, from the countryside. So after passing a few huts, the priests came to the estate of a rich landowner. As soon as they reached the entrance way, they immediately flew in, yelling wildly with tuneless cries, and dropping their heads, and rotating their necks in spinning motions, while their long pendulous hair kept on swinging in a circle, now and then wounding their flesh savagely with their teeth, and at the climax slashing their arms with the double-edged knives that they were carrying. You could see the ground glowing wet with the filthy, effeminate blood from all these lashing of words and lashing of wits. Now, this actually looks really like a late 70s punk rock concert, among other things. And I think this proves that some rituals survived throughout the centuries, I think. But when they got tired at last, or at least were sated with self-flagellation, they ceased their butchery and took up a collection, people vying in offering copper coins and even silver, which they gathered into the ample folds of the robes. Now, another thing must be noticed here, copper coins and even silver. It's poor people who are giving the money, so the social context is very precise here. They were also given a fat jar of wine with milk and cheese, corn meal and flour, and even a feed of barley for the goddess carrier, who was the ass, Lucius, transformed into an. It is evident that Apuleius' first purpose in this passage is to discredit the cult of the Syrian goddess, the Dea Syria. Apuleius, as an initiate and follower of the cult of Isis, inevitably saw other mis-religions as rival to his own. In order to underline the inferiority of the cult of the Syrian goddess, he places the priest of this religion in a precise social milieu, that of farmers living in the countryside, who are necessarily uneducated people. After realistic depicting the gory vulgarity of their celebrations, Apuleius concludes his description of the priest by showing how they avidly collect money from people who are not very rich, among other things, as we have seen, and food from their audience, underlying how in the end they are nothing short of charlatans and beggars, people who can only spring from the lower classes of Roman society. In the final specimen that I am introducing today, realism is applied to a religious context in order to oppose popular credulity. Lucian, who in several of his works widely employed his skepticism and cynical philosophical approach to criticize the natural inclination of human beings to be deceived, devoted an entire tractate to Alexander of Abodmoteicus, modern in Eboro in the northern coast of Turkey, Paphlagonia, according to the ancient name, a false prophet who cheated a large number of people and became quite rich thanks to the credulity of the uneducated and narrow-minded. Alexander showed people a trained serpent with a fake human head, which he was able to move with invisible threads, and convinced them that the snake was a personification of Asclepius. Now I'm quoting from Lucian. In that matter, dear Celsus, Celsus is the friend of Lucian to whom he is addressing his tractate. In that matter, dear Celsus, to tell the truth, we must excuse those men of Paphlagonia and Pontus, thick-witted, uneducated fellows that they were, for being deluded when they touched the serpent. Alexander let anyone to do so wished, and besides saw in a dim light what was supposed to be its head opening and shutting its mouth. Really, the trick stood in need of a Democritus, or even Epicurus himself, or Metrodorus, or someone else with a mind as firm as adamant towards such matter, so as to disbelieve and guess the truth. One who, if we could not discover how it went, would at all events be convinced beforehand that, even though the method of the fraud escaped him, it was nevertheless all sham and could not possibly happen. Lucian places the fraud of Alexander in a precise social milieu, again, that of the uneducated and culturally underdeveloped provincials living in a distant region of the empire. To this, he adds the concrete and realistic details of the exposition of the snake to the touch of the audience. The cultural inferiority of Alexander's followers is increased through the comparison with some illustrious rationalistic philosophers, Democritus, Epicurus, and Methodorus. In the three instances that I introduced, it is evident how realism, uniting an attention for the social milieu to one for concrete details, is openly applied by Petronius, Apuleius, and Lucian to religion. Many other examples actually can be traced in the literature of late antiquity. What, in my opinion, clearly emerges from these testimonies is the intention on the part of many authors from the Roman Imperial Age to describe and interpret religion in its everyday dimensions, in its impact on the life of common people who are directly affected by religious phenomena. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all our presenters for remaining in the 15 minutes slot. The last presenter is Professor Dennis Costa on Dogmata, Pluralism, and the Real in Catholic Christianity. Thank you.
And thank you again to the organizers for this invitation. Only one article of the Nicene Creed makes a philosophical statement. It proposes that all things that exist are either sensually apprehensible and therefore measurable, quantifiable, or that they are unavailable to sensual apprehension. But the same creed's religious act of trust in the triune God as the fashioner of all existence, in the Son of God from whom all things have their being, and in that Son's incarnation, begs the question of the character of both the creeds and the believers' realism. It seems particularly incumbent upon Catholic Christians who give habitual creedal witness to dogmas such as these to measure any philosophical or scientific understanding of reality, not over and against, but in terms of dogma's implications concerning the real. Patristic theology has it that what exists does so by means of participation, metousia. Within the system or continuum of really existing things, the energies of the almost infinitely small continuously affect, because they are really, although not apparently connected with, the energies of the almost infinitely large, and vice versa. States of nature, matter and energies in nature that are or will be measurable, are as they are, and as they will be scientifically found to be, because of their ontological participation in immeasurable energies, the emissions, or missiones, on behalf of its creation, of a being who is divine. The pseudo-Dionysian notion is that reality is full of joinings, arthros, such that a particular property of seemingly distant and disparate things is a yearning, or eros, yes, eros, each for the other. This 6th century Christian formula is at the least analogous to the 21st century question of quantum entanglement in particle physics. Particles that once interacted and then moved very far apart seem to continue to react immediately and uniquely to each other. In the field of hermeneutics, one may speak analogously of the signifier's aspiration to or yearning for the signifier. We live in an epoch that is loudly and radically nominalist. Things like time, language, and number are widely considered to be human constructs, having no ontological status. They are the conventions and conveniences of the human need to measure and communicate. That's quite different from the classic statement of moderate philosophical realism, based upon Aristotle's metaphysics, in which any being is not a static thing, but a dynamic activity over time. The thing of time is perhaps better stated as a particular temporal event. The thing of language, a linguistic event. The thing of number, a mathematical event. And the thing of color, a chromatic event. These things, which in epistemological terms we might call the ordinary occasions of meaningfulness for us, do have substantial existence, even though they are inevitably and of course fallibly expressed in conventional terms. For the Orthodox Christian realist, the finite events of temporal, linguistic, and mathematical conventionality, all of the ways by which humans energetically choreograph reality, are as they are because they participate ontologically in the energies of other really existing events that are ongoing infinitely, to wit, the generation of the sun and the procession or spiration of the spirit, which together constitute the perichoresis or unscripted dance of Trinitarian life. Various scientific models that describe nature over time as dynamic rather than static, or as ongoing process. One thinks both of evolutionary theory and of contemporary notions of emergent systems in nature. Models, in other words, that are explicitly non-reductionistic. These make immediate sense to a Catholic Christian thinker, whose stance will be a kind of critical realism. St. Augustine wrote that both nature and human nature are contextualized things. The better we continue to attend to their complex textuality, the more adequately intelligible they will be rendered over time. And I should note very briefly that there is also an economics involved in this kind of description of reality. On the cosmic level, God's economics govern the entirety of reality. On a local level, human economics concerns the production and distribution of goods. But for the Christian economist, goods are both material in character, food that satisfies hunger, and spiritual in character, truth events that satisfy hunger. Denying people intellectual and spiritual goods is as much an act of economic repression as is denying them bread. A good economic model cannot ignore either of these realities. To make either food or truth into only commodities of the marketplace is to induce malnutrition. The dogma of incarnation, God's having entered into the terms of its own creation as a human being while remaining fully divine, is, to borrow a word from physics, a singularity. It changes how it is that the real may be conceived. Though Pauline soteriology is typically anthropocentric, later patristic tradition is clear that what the incarnate Christ redeems is physis, reality, including the entirety of matter and time. One logical result, one particular result of this dogma, is that Catholic Christians both compose and venerate icons. We've been talking about that. And they do so because the possibilities within time of material reality, of wood and pigment and beeswax and gold leaf, have been changed. Professing the dogma of incarnation, along with those of Christ's real death and bodily resurrection, demands that a reformed human personhood also exhibit changed possibilities for the specific materials of human flesh. Hence the logic of the dogma of bodily resurrection. The living human person becomes then the juncture between what's knowable concerning things available to the senses
as technical and scientific models via fruitfully accurate data, and what's knowable concerning things unavailable to the senses, as truth via reason's response to faith. The scientists is in hermeneutics of mathematically beautiful solutions concerning reality. The problem's terms resolved satisfactorily and promising more. The believers is in hermeneutics of awe, the final irresolution of the problem of reality as an occasion of wonder and promising more. Both a scientist and a believer appeal to a larger community, the former to corroborate the reality of a mathesis or activity of numbering as intellectual catharsis through systematic doubt, the latter to corroborate the reality of a pathesis or passivity of deep feeling as spiritual catharsis through systematic hope. The religious definition of a human being as the coincidence or intimate bond between these two ways of knowing the real also stands in direct opposition to any double truth account of the relation between science and religion, whether it be Francis Bacon's in the 17th century or Stephen Jay Gould's, quote, non-overlapping magisteria, end quote, in the 21st. And this precedes the new atheism. This is sort of a generation before the new atheism. According to Stephen Jay Gould, science addresses the real, and religion addresses only the ethical aspects of human behavior. That's double truth thinking. A few dogmatic formulas and their meanings have seemed unchangeable of necessity. Bernard Lonergan calls them special instances of a, quote, permanent signified. They are so as to provide human beings the same opening, always and everywhere, to what is finally the divine ineffability. If dogmata can be defined as truth-bearing statements concerning reality that have long been deemed worthy of absolute trust, then there should probably be not so many of them. The relation between Orthodox Christian religion and realism may be more fruitful when dogmas are kept to a minimum, so as to more readily admit a pluralism in language and piety with respect to other doctrines. Michel de Certeau has written of a, quote, dogmatic imperialism, end quote, that would co-opt or colonialize the legitimate diversity of the faithful. It's noteworthy that some Eastern Orthodox and some Anglicans fault the Roman Church on precisely this point, accusing it of hypertrophy, of too readily taking what are most ancient and most venerable doctrines, for example, the Immaculate Conception, the Assumption or Dormition of the Virgin, the spiritual and ecclesial authority of the Bishop of Rome, and locking these into specific linguistic formula as dogmata in 1854, 1870, and 1950, respectively. Contemporary scientists have had to have more frequent recourse to the notion of a pluralism of explanation of a given natural phenomenon when no single formula seems as yet to be completely exhaustive. It seems to happen more and more frequently. Whether one cross oneself or bow or make no physical gesture at the Eucharistic consecration and epiclesis is a different thing from the absolute centrality of the rite itself. Richard Hooker, the great Anglican theologian of the 17th century, understood that if a given truth be really crucial, then varying doctrinal formulas and forms of piety, reasonably understood as being themselves ancillary rather than central, must be allowed to coexist as things indifferent, adiaphora, with respect to it. That Christ's body and blood are actually present at the Eucharistic sacrifice is a Catholic Christian belief that's certainly dogmatic, but also a good example of a pluralism of linguistic formulas with regard to something so central. Whereas Roman Catholics have recourse to a neo-Aristotelian philosophical distinction between the substance and accidents of material things, hence transubstantiation. Many Orthodox and Anglicans prefer the older term real presence, physike parousia, in which the crucial term is the adjective real, not symbolic, not mythic, not the product of the believer's subjectivity, not a particular tribal or cultural memorial, but simply real. Both these formulas are expressions of a religious realism that get made every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much for stimulating papers. Now it's time for questions or comments to our speakers, or even between one of you to the other. Yes, Professor Moore.
Could I address this one to Stephen? I'm really interested in the visceral nature of the writing of the new atheists, and I think, in fact, theirs is a rhetorical power more than it's actually an intellectual power. There are two things I'd be interested to know whether you actually come across. One, so much, particularly of the Dawkins and the Dennett, is based upon Darwinianism. And yet there have been epigenetics, immunology, parasitology, molecular biology, which are transforming and critiquing the whole of Darwinian evolution in any sense, certainly from Darwin. I mean, Dennis has mentioned emergence, the whole language in development biology of teleology, the idea that, in fact, the single cell may have a proto-mentality. I mean, this is coming from the work of the... I mean, do they take on board from within the scientific community then the enormous work that's being shown to be not fitting within the Darwinian paradigm, or would actually mean that the Darwinian paradigm would have to change really quite a lot to actually be able to accommodate that. And just one final little aspect of that, another, because they ally themselves also to secularization theory, and the idea that in fact religion will just evaporate away because it's superstition. But to what extent do they take account of the way in which sociologists from Peter Berger downwards have thrown out the secularization theory? It doesn't work. I mean, there are very few. I mean, other than Stephen Bruce in Britain, no one will talk about the secularization theory anymore. So how? My question is, but how are they dealing with the massive counter-evidence that's not coming from theological religious traditions, but actually coming from the scientific and sociological communities to which they are appealing for their metalogics?
I would say that use this. Sorry, okay. So I would say that basically these are people who are operating with ideological blinders. So they will not even admit of it, but they won't even recognize the legitimacy of any point of view that contradicts their own. So the social sciences, first of all, certainly for Dawkins, and I think for Dennett as well, maybe not less so. Dennett is much less crass than Dawkins. But the social sciences are simply redundant within a Darwinistic framework. Dawkins is a self-proclaimed enthusiastic Darwinian, and the project of his career is to defend Darwinism, and I think he would defend it even against other scientists. I think it's not a scientific project, and that's the essential point here. It's an ideological project that he's committed to a version of Darwinism that is not just about the evolution of organisms on Earth. It's about applying the concept of natural selection to everything. It becomes a kind of master narrative that allows one to understand everything. And I think it's an infatuation with the idea of natural selection, actually, more so than Darwinism, even. It's the idea that natural selection can be an idea that's so powerful that it can explain everything to us. Which, again, this is why I'm moving in the direction of religion, because this seems like it's taking on a religious equality, this idea. In terms of secularization, they don't deal with the social sciences. It's an ideological version of secularization. It's an Enlightenment myth, basically, that we are evolving from this pre-scientific, religious, superstitious, barbaric age to an enlightened age of science and reason. And whatever evidence you confront these people with, they're likely to reject it on ideological grounds and not really engage with it in a sincere way. So they would just say that, I don't know, they would, as we were talking about at lunch, I mean, they'd find a way to twist the data, as you always can, and make it fit this vision of, you know, progress toward some mythical civilization.
May I chime in just briefly?
Yeah.
Just one other reaction to this, and that is that the geologists right now, as I understand it, are debating in their profession as to whether it's legitimate to create another geological epoch to be called the Anthropocene. If they do that, they, within the scientific community, are saying, it seems, that we live in an age in which human beings have so determined the status of the world that, and measurably so in terms of its degradation, in terms of the extent to which, even for the purposes of finding scientific data, the world becomes less and less useful, to use a horrible word. So this challenges not only the evolutionary paradigm, but also the progressivist paradigm of these folks. Just wanted to add that.
Thank you. Yeah, this comment's also for Stephen. First of all, I think it was just a really good and I think a very worthwhile kind of take on new atheism. And one of the things that I think that you're spot on about is kind of considering this economic dimension, because something that's always struck me about this sort of new atheist movement is that it's tied to these really high-profile public intellectuals, and that without a mass media sort of engine behind this entire discourse, they really wouldn't have the kind of platform that they have. And so I did a little bit of work on this once, and I looked at just a handful of YouTube video clips of Richard Dawkins and how he developed from this kind of somewhat cutish, academic on the BBC sometime maybe in the 80s, to what he is now, which is a kind of, to be honest, a really mean guy who assaults people on public television. It is incredible, and you almost wonder, on the one hand, how much of that is driven by a commitment to a particular ideology, or how much of it's driven by the fact that he's kind of constantly in a position of one-upping himself.
Continuation of for Stephen, thank you. I think you really are into something there. I was working on a monograph on Bacon for the anniversary. This is the 100th anniversary of Bacon's anniversary 100 years ago in Oxford, and the section on optics came up. And someone said to me, oh, but have you read Dawkins' work on optics, on the history of the eye, and how important that is to prove the development? And I hadn't, and I still haven't actually. But the point I'm making is, if you take some of the scientists in the medieval period, from Grosseteste to any of them in the Franciscan or Dominican tradition, anyone working at Oxford, particularly the Oxford scientists, very few of them would I mean, I really wonder how, apart from the fact that they would be painted as all part of this Weltanschauung, that there was still belief in God, but would the atheists not recognize the fact that it's precisely the contribution of the church or the environment or the fact that they were in this ambiance that gave them the freedom to be able to develop and make some kind of contribution to science, particularly in the area of optics? And there could be other scientists along the way. Why is it specifically when they do a history, particularly the medieval period, they are dismissing an entire swath of Dominican, Franciscan scholarship that was really the most critical at the time, and it was precisely a religious ambiance that allowed these individuals, men, that are mainly men, to be able to think and to proceed in this way. That strikes me as, it's not just ideological, it's really weak history. It's really weak reading of accurate history, be it scientific or theological.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I don't have really an answer to that, or a justification or explanation for why they think this way. It's simply the fact that, there's an ideological commitment to the conflict myth, right? The idea that science and religion are essentially in conflict, and this has historically been the case. Now they'll say, oh, of course, there's always been intellectual developments throughout human history, but they would never allow that religion allowed this, or it was somehow enabled it to happen. That religion was always, a shackle that was holding science back or holding intellectual progress back, and that, at the time that secularization really happened in the modern age, there was an intellectual and scientific explosion and so on. So, I mean, yeah, you're right that it's poor history and it's weak, but that's the new atheism. And Brian, your question about Dawkins. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think you're talking about a little bit about the evolution of his personality, right? And I mean, I think a certain amount of this is he's become much more. Well, first of all, he's become the leader of the social movement, which is, rather than just being a popular scientist, someone who wrote books of popular science, he's become the leader of the social movement, and he exists within. I think he exists kind of within a bubble of yes men and women who are kind of, to a certain extent, because there are others within the movement that are very much opposed to him. But again, there's a wall, an ideological wall there. But he's been very much encouraged and I think emboldened and in debating religious people, leaders or fundamentalists or whatever. He's been kind of pushed a little bit further and further to the right, or further to the ideological extreme.
Yeah, thank you. Again? Okay, you first? No. Okay, you first, so we shouldn't talk.
For Dennis, thank you so much and so well delivered. I kept on waiting in my notes, because I thought you'd be mentioning it, and it just got to the end and it wasn't there, and I'm curious as to perhaps was it implied, namely the eschatological dimension. For so much of the early patristics, but even early Christianity in its art, in its literature, it really is the background of everything, this eminent proleptic presence. And it cuts right throughout. I mean, you don't find it as pronounced in Islam. And it carries right through to early medieval elements. You cannot understand early medieval literature or art, particularly music, if there's not this return, and that what we're experiencing is grist for the mill for this experience, what we see now dimly. So it affects the senses and everything else. Is it there in a tacit way, or is it really that present in all the literature at the time?
Well, yes, and that's a whole other paper. I think, of course, that is important, and it's particularly important with respect to the question of the reality of time and the way in which, the way in which we want to conceive of the nature of time itself. I briefly alluded to the nominalist and what I call the moderate realist position with respect to something like time. But the fact is that religiously, early Christianity, the earliest Christianity, and from then on, is permeated by, as you say, an eschatological vision. And I wouldn't offhand know how to talk about that vision with respect to the relationship between, with respect to the question of the real, except to talk about what's real with respect to the nature of time. That would be possible, but eschatology is in part what I refer to as the practical context of a hermeneutics of awe. That is to say, systematic hope, what I call systematic hope. That's an eschatological statement. Certainly, Christian eschatology takes its prescinds from the notion that reality is finite. Maybe that doesn't need to be said, but maybe it does need to be said in terms of some of the assumptions of progressivist modern science. So reality is finite, but it has within it, I think, patristic theology would say, the principle of its own contact with a future. It has within it the principle of its own contact with a future. That's its eschatological dimension. One classic formula of that is the notion of apokatastasis, and the notion that all things that exist in terms of their being on their way back to their invisible, uncreated source. So I wouldn't know how else to put that, at least not offhand. It's a big question.
Yes, this is for Mark. Thank you for reminding us of the importance of Auerbach's mimesis, and I guess the question I was grappling with as you were talking is, first, he describes his project as a sort of comparative study of strategies for representing reality. So it's really about representation. And I thought you did a really compelling reading of how he treats some really important so-called pagan texts. But what you didn't talk about is, right from the start, he sets up a contrast between the Homeric representation of reality and what you see in Genesis, right? And he seems, at least as I read him, to, while wanting to be neutral and comparative, he seems to privilege the Hebraic representation because he says this gives you psychological depth. You know, the pagans just, everything is on the surface. And I guess I would invite you to comment more on that he begins with a contrast between a Hebraic and a Hellenic representation. And I think you're right in the way you describe his dealing with the so-called pagan. But there's this whole other strategy of representation that he lays out in the beginning that he seems to contrast with that. And I'd be curious to hear you talk about that.
Yes, well, yes, you're right, absolutely about that. Well, he makes this comparison also between two contemporary periods, now literature, because when he talks about Homer and the Genesis, he's talking about, two works which are more or less contemporary. And he's also examining the way of interpreting or presenting religion in these two texts, because as we know, for paganism, there is no holy scriptures, no? So we have to use the works of the poets. They never have revealed religion, so they are. So that's is important. Well, the important aspect that is underlined in that section. But I was more what I wanted to emphasize in my paper is that actually the approach to religion of the pagans in the early Roman Empire is very similar to Christianity, in the sense that the mythological dimension, which is also present in the Genesis, is lost in this second phase, let's say, of human civilization. And now the realistic representation becomes very important. And actually there is no real difference between, also the pagans are not talking about, the heroic aspect of the religion anymore, which is obviously very present in the Iliad or the Odyssey. they are going to this very, they are concentrating on this very, how can we say, everyday dimension of religion, and they are also not mentioning the important gods. They are concentrating on the myth religions or figures, you know, less important like Asclepius or divination, or all these phenomena, which are not so, well, they existed obviously before, but now became, you know, so what I wanted to emphasize is that there is a big similarity, in my opinion, between Christianity and also in the approach to the idea of religion in that historical period. But obviously you are very right in underlying that pre-religious, yes, exactly, yeah, that's true, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Navo.
Just for Dennis, when you were talking about responding to the previous question about eschatology and reality on the other side, I wonder, are you familiar with John Zizioulas' theology? John Zizioulas, Greek.
Yes.
Theologian, right? Because I was
not
just,
very well. I know the name and I may have read something, but
right,
not very well.
Because I was just wondering if that could be, in your view, a kind of satisfactory solution, because it seems that he takes the historical reality as a kind of potential, so he interprets that way patristic theology, especially Nicene theology, and looks at it as a potential to be an icon, or to be something. Now it's not his words, but it seems to me as a kind of simulacrum. So the reality is there in the eschaton, but it depends, the reality of the historical reality depends on the level of participation of this historical reality in that eschatological reality. And the decisive factor there is entering personal relationships or love. So if there is love, that represents an iconic mode of existence already in history. If there is no love, it's kind of it's a left side, and that represents this impossibility of on the one side it can't actually acquire real existence, but on the other hand it can't also disappear, which is the major trouble and a kind of paradoxical state of existence which continues in the eschaton forever. So I just wondered if that's something that could resolve this.
Yeah, I don't know his work and well enough to comment on him, but what you say is suggestive, and that is, first of all, that whether one uses the Western tradition of imitation of Christ, it's a late medieval formula, but it's a good one, or one talks about the individual person as an icon. In either case, the statement is, to go back to the former question, eschatological finally. And it situates, I hope I'm understanding you, it situates any present act, any present moment in the context of the eschatological. And the best example from my talk that I would cite would be the last example, and that is, which for me was a way to talk about the possibility of pluralistic language with respect to dogmata. Right? But it's the example of what, again to cite a Western example, Ambrose called the sacramentum that is right in front of your face. I think I'm quoting correctly from the, although translating loosely, from the De Sacramentis of Ambrose. And he says, look, it's right in front of your face. There it is. It's right in front of your face. So what I'm saying is that the instance of the religious act that says this is physique parousia, real presence, is an eschatological experience in the present moment. It's an eschatological experience in the present moment. And maybe that's why I said at the end of the paper it happens every day, because it has to do also with the extent to which the eschata are never to be understood as separated from ordinary time, but rather ordinary time is permeated by, or permeous to, or porous with respect to the eschata.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. We now have a break and come back here in half an hour. Thank you for our presenters.
Thank you.